Hi everybody, welcome to another exciting stream on Bowtie Gaming 14. So today we're going to be jumping back into some more Pikmin 2 and potentially finishing the game up today, but we'll see what happens because we're in the final stretch, but the final stretch is the most difficult portion of the game, so we'll see what happens. So on that note, let's jump right in. For the obligatory couple seconds, I gotta be on the Wii screen. Close enough. Alright, so we are completely done in the first three areas, so all that's left is to do is this area. Which I'm going to try to prioritize just kind of getting the area situated, and then getting all the above-ground treasures first. And then just going ham with the dungeons, because I could, in theory, do it in one in-game game. Of course, like, that's going to be hours of gameplay that is long and difficult. So yeah, this is the content you can access until you're done with repaying the debt. And then, because I need every single purple in my arsenal, I'm going to try to avoid using purples if possible. But I am going to have to fight a Gatling Groink at some point. So we'll see what happens. Okay, so I have 40 of them, and... oh, I grabbed way too many yellows. There we go. Oh, shit. Yep, the Gatling Groink is already at our doorstep. So yeah, if this goes poorly, this might result in a reset right off the bat. But yeah, I gotta be careful. But yeah, the good news about doing it that way is that you don't have to worry about carrying the Groink back to the base. And I believe there's only one Groink, but I could be dead wrong. But yeah, to basically put in perspective how this area does not kid around, there's a Gatling Groink right off the bat. So yeah, here's the treasure that requires 100 purple Pikmin to carry it. Alright, then I'm just gonna double check to verify if there is a second Gatling Groink. Alright, so I'm gonna have the President take control of all the Pikmin while Olimar goes to explore. Because I know for a fact there's at least one Gatling Groink, there might be a second one, and so this is what I'm gonna go double check. So yep, as you guys can tell, this is where the impact site is. So yep, there's the final dungeon. There's the second dungeon. The first dungeon's kind of near the entrance. They're all difficult, but I say that to do it in that order because that kind of is like the level of difficulty. Although technically the second one is longer in terms of number of floors than the third one, it's just The third one kind of has the final boss battle, and it does not kid around. Okay, so the other thing I'm gonna do... I'm not worried about the beetle, but I do want to clear out the swooping snitch bug. Because, like I said, if any purple Pikmin die, I can't carry that thing back. I'm just getting rid of any and all obstacles to guarantee they do not have a hard time carrying this thing back. Yeah, because I have exactly 100 purple Pikmin. If any of them die, I can't carry it back. Okay. And, like, this has to get done at some point, so, I mean, if this, whatever time it takes is whatever time it takes. Okay, so with all obstacles presumably out of the way at this point for the purple Pikmin to not get bodied trying to bring this thing back, let's go ahead and grab them. Yeah, usually whenever I play this game, this is like the absolute last thing I do. I do everything else, and then I have to go purple Pikmin grind. But this time around, I actually only had to do one round of grinding, and I had to wait a day out anyway, so it didn't really seem unnecessary. So yeah, with this I actually have them right off the bat, so I can just do this right away. So yep, as you guys can see, it requires 1,000 normal Pikmin or 100 purples. Alright, off to the races they go. And then, yeah, that is as fast as they go. And of course, you can't have any other Pikmin on the floor, so pretty much might as well just, like, be productive in other ways. Like, I might be able to kill this beetle. If I get the rock to ricochet in a certain direction, might be able to kill it. Yep, that's a kill. Cool. There we go. Wait, from all appearance, this is a particularly frightening crevice. The data is horrifying. Courage is one thing, but recklessness is something else. Perhaps you should turn back? Well, if you still wish to enter, keep your daring in check and just focus on surviving. So yeah, basically from here on out, all three of these will have all elemental hazards. So this is the first one, the Cavern of Chaos. And then, yeah, in order to even progress in this direction, like, I guess either direction, we need blue Pikmin. Alright. So yeah, pretty much just kill some of the wildlife while we're waiting for them to kill, or while we're waiting for them to bring the treasure back. It's the only thing you can pretty much do. Yeah, because we just killed 2 bits of the wildlife, and they're probably only halfway there. Yeah, of course it's nice about you having both your captains, because this is probably going to take so long, and I don't anticipate attempting any dungeons today, that if they take a little bit of damage, it's not the worst thing in the world. That being said, I still gotta be careful, because if both of them die, I lose all my purple Pikmin. Yeah, Wallywog, I'm not gonna worry about that too much. I mean, I guess I could try. Try not to get crushed. Especially since I get that super punch. Yeah, like I said, I still gotta be careful though, because I took a decent amount of damage from that. But I mean, it is halfway dead now. It's like, you don't lose any Pikmin. Yep, and they brought it back. I'm still probably gonna kill this thing before I grab the Pikmin. So you have 3,000 Pogos. The Doomsday Apparatus! I don't know if that's the last thing I need purple Pikmin for other than just bodying the creatures of this planet, but... Alright, almost dead. Yeah, as we got separated, so this is gonna take twice as long if I don't get him back with me. Alright, one more round should do it. Alright, cool. So yeah, that's gonna require purple Pikmin. That's just gonna require blues. I mean, I'm not opposed to just killing some of these creatures with the captains. I mean, the blowhog's already halfway dead. Alright, it's almost dead. And done. Yeah, that thing dies ridiculously quickly. Yeah, the power of that super punch. So now I should just be able to carry, yeah, I know for multiple things I'm gonna need blue Pikmin. So I'll probably just go 50-50 on blue Pikmin to get both these tasks done. And then there's gonna be one section in order to get to the second dungeon, there's an electricity gate. For now, I'm just going to prioritize getting the two things the blue Pikmin need to do done. Alright, and then try to go 50-50 on it to the greatest extent possible. Okay. And then, yeah, time permitting, I'll try to bring some carcasses back. So yeah, this is where you can farm for berries in this area. Where the heck did the last one go? Oh. Alright, so they'll be busy with that, and then in the meantime, the blues on this end can take care of getting that gate down. Because then basically the next round of stuff to do is going to be basically sending 50 yellows to deal with one gate, and then having 50 whites deal with the poison gate over there, and then going from there. Because like I said, my goal is to try to get all the above ground treasures before I attempt all the caverns, so that that's all that's left to do. Oh crap, crap, crap. Okay, price is averted. Alright. So they're almost done. Awesome. And then I think there's a rock that I gotta take care of as well. Okay, so they're done. So yeah, like I said, next priority is getting all the... Probably killing this Wallywog, to be honest. Oh gosh, crisis. Alright. Okay, then have them work on this rock. Because then we can actually bring other Pikmin along that... Okay, so yeah, that one's for blue Pikmin, so they're not gonna die. Okay, so that's good, and then, yeah, like I said, that one's the blue Pikmin, so that should be easy pickings. Because they're not gonna take any damage. Alright, so then... take out these bubbles. They're almost done with that gate. Okay, so they're done with that now, so I guess with the remaining time I'll have them bring carcasses back. And then just watch them like a hawk, because it is getting to be end of day. Okay, so I got 8 Pikmin. Take this carcass back. That should be exactly enough. Alright, cool. Alright, so I'm staying in the middle. Okay, they're starting to bring carcasses back. I don't want to have to worry about 2 units trying to bring stuff back, so I'll just have them continue to work on the bubbles until end of day. Because then I know exactly where they're located. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about these. Yeah, it's like... I'm fairly certain they'll make it back, but I'll have to double check. Yeah, because I know at that point it's a hard maybe if they're gonna make it. Okay, so how many are missing? 10? Yeah, I'm not gonna push that. Okay. Okay, so that bubble's done, so then make sure I just got 50 of each. Alright, so then we'll worry about the 3rd bubble next day. Alright, so I can't imagine it would take more than 2 more in-game days to beat the game. One to get the above-ground treasures and kill all the creatures, and maybe get a dungeon in if we're completely done. Spam. I'm so lonely. I want a friend that'll listen to my troubles. I want to meet someone like you. Contact me at Pikmin.com. So yeah, in the event that I have enough time, I'll just move it straight onto Pikmin 3, which is going to require a bit of transitionary time, because I gotta set up the Switch for that. But we'll see, because like I said, I gotta get through three whole dungeons. Okay, so yeah, as previously stated, I need 50 yellows and 50 whites to start out with, because I got those elemental gates. Actually, you know what? Yeah, like I said, I know one thing I'm still trying to get used to is, like, with the 3rd game, you can actually control where your captains go, which especially comes in clutch when you have 3 captains. But with this game, you actually have to, like, switch back and forth, and you can't multitask as much as you'd like to. Alright, so, yeah, usually the creatures stay dead for at least a day, so I shouldn't have to worry about the Gatling Groink, at least until next day. Okay, so I just gotta make sure these things don't go after any of the creatures. Okay, so they're good. And they're just gonna want to deal with this, so let's go ahead and get that out of the way. I'm not opposed, because I do have some weaker yellows. Alright, cool. So yeah, like I said, then I'll just have them take out the electricity gates, and as well as that bubble, so yeah, this is where you can just really stock up on spicy sprays. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Oh, right, I forgot about these crap. I hope they don't lose too many. Okay, I don't think I lost any. Awesome. Okay, so I think that's all of them. Of course, now I don't take any more damage because I got that power-up. Okay, so I gotta be wary of the beetle. It shouldn't hurt my Pikmin as long as the gate exists. I just gotta be wary. And then I'm gonna swap these out for purple Pikmin, just so I can insta-kill these enemies pretty quickly. Actually, there might be another poison gate. Well, then of course now they gotta take out the poison gates, or the poison vats. Yep, there's another poison gate, so I just gotta be wary. Where'd the last one go? Oh, there it is. So yeah, I guess they still have another purpose, is that they have... So yeah, they're unfortunately gonna lose all their flowers, but they should still get moving on it. Okay, so that might be a nuisance after a while. Of course, unfortunately they're not blue Pikmin, so this is gonna... And of course, this is one of the harder gates. Okay, so that took out a third of it. Okay, so now it's distracted, so I should just be able to take this thing down. Ah, so close. Okay, and it's dead. Awesome. Back to the gate. Okay, so they're done with that. That's definitely something I want to come back with purple Pikmin. Oh yeah, I forgot with these ones, it's actually multicolored berries. Yeah, and of course, like, I can see one of the treasures, and I know one of them's buried underground. I just don't want to deal with it until I've cleared out all the fauna. Or at the very least, I just want to bury it from underground. Okay, so they're almost done. Okay, they're going for a bit. Okay, that's done. Go and kill these bugs. Okay, so that's done. Okay, so yeah, there's... Yeah, this is slightly buried, so let's go ahead and at least dig it up. Like I said, I don't want to deal with it until I've killed all the creatures. Perhaps you'll find Louie in here, and yet my CPU is on edge. Ludicrous dangers await. Beasts lurk at the bottom of the deepest, darkest, most foul, sinister, horribly vile pit. Do you still wish to enter? Of course you do. Courage is our true treasure. And then, yeah, that's the Dream Den. Take out these eggs. Because boy, do my whites need to get really reflowered up again because they lost that with the blowhog. Like I said, I am coming back for all these creatures when I have the purples. Although I know one of the treasures is buried over here, or I'm fairly certain that's the case. I'm gonna try to go this blowhog and come in this direction so I don't have to deal with the other creatures. There we go. Okay, so they're both dead, awesome. Yeah, like I said, as long as I at least get it unburied, that's all that matters. Okay, where is this sucker? Oh, it's actually in that thing. Alright. Well, I'm going to attempt this, and this might go poorly, who knows. Well, I guess that, yeah, that honestly could have been way worse. Okay, I guess it's actually in that one. Yeah, like I said, the upside about going after them with white Pikmin is that it'll kill them a lot quicker. Where the heck is this thing? Alright, guess I gotta kill all 3 of these things. Alright, minimal white Pikmin deaths. Oh, there it is. Okay, so that needs that many. Cool. Alright, let's go ahead and speed this process up a bit. At this point, I'm just gonna go ahead and just have... I'm just gonna try something really quick. If they go that direction, I'm bailing immediately. Well, that's gonna get really annoying. Go! I can't even make any traction on this, that's annoying. Go! Yep, they are going the exact direction I do not want them to go, so... To be continued until I kill all the bulborbs. Oh, that thing is not gonna let up. Alright, so we got another one of the treasures back. I know one of them's by that armored nut. But yeah, I know one of them is by... Alright, so then I'll go ahead and have the other 20 do that. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I'm just gonna have him bring berries back. Because that just wouldn't be a bad idea. More sprays I have going into the dungeons, the better. So yeah, once the whites come back, I'll just go ahead and replace them with purples and just kind of go ham on the remaining fauna that exist. Gosh, I love the pluckaphone. Okay, so they're done. Bring a couple berries back. Yeah, because of course this area has a lot of berries. Okay, so they're almost done. Alright, have them help finish. Alright, have them bring the rest of these back. Of course, the yellows are going to gradually start bringing berries back. Just all of the purples. Because I gotta kill 2 bulborbs and then also a armored cannon beetle. Yep, we got another bitter spray. Cool. Alright, just gotta be careful because this thing might screw us up. Okay, one down. Okay, and then, yep, there's another one of the treasures. Okay, awesome. Now let's go ahead and have Max all hands on deck with the treasures. to at least make maximal progress on getting them back. Alright, then I'll just have Purple's carry back stuff. Okay. So that'll be at least 4 of the 5 treasures. I'm pretty sure the last one's next to the armored cannon beetle. Okay, so the president's over there. Then we got more berries. Probably just do one at a time just to maximize power. Yeah, because I would definitely rather have purples to take out that beetle, and I'm likely going to have to I'm going to have to do that next day at this point. Yeah, that one's gonna get back pretty quickly. Yeah, like I said, at the very least getting progress on the other treasure. Yeah, because they'll definitely both get back today. Okay, so then we got them back. The anti-hiccup fungus. The seed of greed. Okay, so that's back. So I got there's definitely a few Pikmin that are unaccounted for. Okay, so they're starting to bring stuff back. So they should get the berries back in time, but we'll find out. Okay, so 77, 23, okay, we're good. Cool. So we got 4 of each sprays. Yeah, to put in perspective how dangerous this place is, the Gatling points are just there immediately. Alright, so we got 3 of the treasures back. Louie, are you eating well? When you were a boy, you were quite skinny, so I made you clean your plate. Be sure to cook your suspicious foods before eating it. So yeah, like I said, probably 2 days at most. Just gonna depend on timing because I'm gonna have to spend time like getting to the next dungeon after doing the previous one. And then definitely going nuts with the purples because I want to kill this thing as quickly as possible. 1, 2, I don't know if the Gatling Broink is gonna be back because it has been 2 days. Strength as many of the purples as possible. Because of course this is my entire purple population. Okay, so that's done. Alright. Alright, so the berries are in full swing at this point. Yeah, I'll have him, once I kill the cannon beetle, I'll worry about that. Yeah, get the heck out of dodge in case it spits something. Okay, so yep, here's the final treasure. Or the final above ground treasure anyways. So go ahead and carry that back, and then get one round of berries in, and then we'll start tackling the dungeons. Alright, then I'll have him deal with this. Alright, and then I'll have one captain go back to base. Alright, I just gotta be... Olmar's gonna have a better idea of if the Groik is back. Okay, so they're done. Oh yeah, I forgot the berries just kind of randomly explode if you don't touch them. Oh, then there's a random purple over there. So yeah, basically the last, or the second dungeon, you have to go this direction to get to it. It's called the Hole of Heroes. So that should give us at least another spicy spray. Oh no, not quite. I suppose one of them was a bitter berry. The Conifer Spire. Alright, so that is all the remaining above ground treasures. Okay, so yep, we got another round of berries. So at least grab these while I'm over here. And then I will start tackling the dungeons. Should be able to at least do 2 dungeons on this particular day 18. And then I might have to wrap it up going into day 19. If we run out of daylight. Because one of the dungeons is right by the entrance, but then the other 2 I gotta walk to a bit. Alright then, that's good. Get more Pikmin on this so that we can speed this process up. Alright, so that gives us another spray. Alright, so yeah, see how much that sped the process up. Alright, so let's wait for them to get back. Alright, I'm gonna head back then. Get everyone prepped for the Cavern of Chaos. Oh, still didn't get back. Okay, so there's the remaining purples. Thanks for the raid, Game Fox TV. Appreciate it. Hope your stream went well. Just about to tackle all of the dungeons in the final area, so it's gonna be a grand old time. I just finished getting all the above-ground treasures, so I'm pretty much just ready to go to crank out all 3 of these dungeons. Yeah, Zap, yeah, I definitely love this franchise. I forget if you guys have rated while I've been doing this challenge, but basically I'm trying to beat the entire Pikmin trilogy before the 4th game comes out. It's not necessarily going to be a difficult challenge because it doesn't come out until July, but I just thought it'd be a fun thing to do and kind of anticipation for the 4th game coming out at the end of July. Especially with all the challenges it promises between more dungeons and a nighttime mode, presumably. Alright. I dealt with the water wraith. I can do anything. Yeah, because these following 3 dungeons do not mess around. See what I mean? The split second, there's a bunch of electricity hazards and bombs. Nice warm welcome. And yeah, it goes without saying, definitely get rid of the electricity hazards because, as I previously stated, those are insta-kill in this game. I'm so glad they didn't make that a thing in the 3rd game. Now it just stuns your Pikmin. Alright, come on. Alright, run. Okay, so then, ideally I'd like to take a captain to do this, but I might not have that luxury with how tight everything is in here. And I've never attempted to throw a purple Pikmin onto a bomb, so I'm not trying that now. Okay, so I'm going to attempt my go-to strategy, which is to basically have one of the captains protect the Pikmin while the other captain goes and just kind of messes stuff up. As long as I just don't get utterly screwed, should be fine. Alright, have a good sleep. Thanks for the raid. Yeah, the one upside to all these bombs is that you can just slowly kill all the non-bomb enemies. Because yeah, each bomb takes out half of the blowhog's health. Yeah, and that's unfortunately outside of its radius. Although I might be able to goad this thing into just killing it, given it doesn't walk too far away. Yep, dead. Alright, now I just gotta be ridiculously careful because 2 of these things are just swarming. Okay, and then one's over here, which I technically do not have to deal with. Oh god. Yep, I am officially on a ticking time bomb. God damn it! You just don't know the proximity of these bombs sometimes. Cavern of Chaos indeed. Alright, let's try that again. Oh, Jesus! Get the Pikmin the frick away from that. Well, I thought Olimar would have taken way more damage from that. Of course, I gotta deal with the electricity hazards again. I debate if I want to do a reset, because that's a lot of damage on Olimar. Alright, yeah, I gotta get them the heck away from that, because any non-water Pikmin's gonna get bodied. Okay, so that pretty much clears away any non-bomb drops. And then, of course, you got the pits again. Okay, run, 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 run! Oh, shoot. Okay, just let it drop the bomb again, and go. And go, 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 go. Okay, that's dead. Now let's get the heck away from that thing while the bomb explodes. Where the heck is the... Oh. Well, I guess luckily it's a blue Pikmin fighting it. Let's get the heck away from it. Oh, shoot. That poor white Pikmin! Wow, that was a wombo combo. Like, seriously, like, it was, like, dealing with the water hazard, and then it just ran straight into the electricity hazard. That poor Pikmin. Yeah, I'm just so glad these dungeons don't have a time limit. Alright, and that's the easy side, because meanwhile the other side's got 2 bomb things and more electricity hazards. Plus potentially more falling bombs. Oh yeah, then there's also that fiery blowhog. Which I'm gonna try to take out now. Because, like, hopefully none of them get bucked off. Because I know I also have to deal with the pit still. Okay, luckily threw the bomb way over there, so that deals with that. Okay, that one didn't have a bomb, so all I should have to deal with is the electricity hazard and potentially a falling bomb, and that's all she wrote. Okie dokie. Boop. Hey Hachiman, welcome in. Just starting to tackle the more difficult dungeons in this game. It's gonna be a fun old time. Alright, and then for good measure, let's start bringing the carcasses back. Yep, I freaking knew it! I knew there was gonna be at least one more falling bomb! That was close. That is just how this game goes. It's kind of just like you think you're fine and you're not fine. All it takes is one falling enemy or one falling bomb and to just completely wreck your day. And of course, all the bosses at the end of the dungeons do not mess around, so you just want to save up your Pikmin arsenal to the greatest extent possible. Enamel Buster! Alright, so there's both the treasures. Alright, so let's go ahead and keep him over here. Alright, we're good. Onwards. And I forget which of the 3 dungeons it is, but remember that man at legs? That's showing up again in one of these. It might be this dungeon, but I forget. Alright, so then we got some fiery bullblaxes, so... yeah, definitely fire Pikmin for this, because everything else is going to literally catch on fire. And there's no water, so you can't extinguish the fire. Primarily, I'm going to try to deal with the one that... shoot. You know what, I'm just, for the sake of not losing any red Pikmin, I'm willing to just do this. This is what the sprays are for. Mr. Wife. Alright, so then at least one of these Bulborbs still has one. Just gotta figure out which one. Alright, go. Yep, easy peasy. Alright, I gotta watch out for these swooping snitch bugs. Those I can take out with other Pikmin types. Like the purples. Given they can eat. There we go. One down. Two to go. Okay, so I guess all three. Or no, never mind. The other one might not. Come on. And I was like being really conscious of when I'm throwing these things because I could easily throw them straight into a pit. Alright, dead. Oh no, that's gonna go straight to the Bulborb. That's no good. Alright, so then... I'm not sure if the third one's gonna have a treasure or not, but we'll find out in about 5 seconds. Yep, it does. All three of them have treasures. Oh gosh. The essence of despair! Wow, thanks, game. Alright. Yeah, and of course, like I said before with the bitter sprays, you gotta be pretty accurate because you can miss, and it sucks if you miss. Okay, so now I pretty much have the green light to bring these carcasses back. The Frosty Bauble! So yeah, that's 5 out of 17 already. Alright. Should have everybody. Cool. Okay, I think I have an idea of what this floor is, but... Oh, lovely! Just lovely. This is why you scope the floor out, kids. Again, Cavern of Chaos indeed. Okay, so there's one of the treasures, and it looks like one of these Mamutas also has a treasure. Alright, cool! The rock killed one of the Mamutas. Yeah. Alright, so I'm not sure if there's any treasures this direction. Okay, so there's none this way, so that going that way is a waste of time. Okay. Yeah, because those falling rocks, I would argue, are even more dangerous than the bombs, because at least with the bombs, you get a couple of seconds as a rebuttal. Oh, no, 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 no! Alright, come on. I might have to do a reset if I lose too many Pikmin. You know what? I'm willing to deal with that. Okay, so that That should have killed all of the ones in our immediate path. Oh, shoot. I'd kind of prefer to keep that one spray. Alright, so time to clear the rocks out again. Okay, so that time I don't have to clear one of the gates out to grab the green peppers, so this actually is going to be a better setup. Although I gotta make sure I clear all the rocks, like all of the rocks. Because preferably minimal Pikmin deaths. Okay, so that should have cleared out all the rocks. Okay, so... yeah, I know, it's like you only get like a couple seconds on a purple Pikmin. Come on. Jesus. Jesus. Okay, so that one's dead. Okay, so that one is an enemy. Dead. Dead. Alright, and then all the rest of them crank out on this gate for now, because that one actually does have to get lowered. Done. Alright, then there should be no more obstacles in the immediate path, so... just gotta feel free to go gung-ho at using Pikmin to bring crap back. Alright, cool. Yeah, once this is back, that'll confirm if there's any more treasures in this area. Alright, donezo. The infernal vegetable! Yep, there is still a second treasure. I have a general idea of where it's located. Likely gonna be beyond this gate. Gonna knock this thing down before we continue. Okay, done. Then, time to scope the place out, because likely there's gonna be more falling rocks. Oh no, it's actually a dead area. Alright then. So let's see where this thing's actually located. Right there. And likely there's going to be a falling rock, so definitely make sure the Pikmin don't go nuts on digging it up initially. Wow, I was certain there was gonna be a falling rock. Take what I can get. Yep, so green bell pepper and a potato. Alright, then I have to go with the captain. Cool. So yeah, those are just eggs. So yeah, that's 7 out of 17. The child of the earth! Okay. So yeah, that's already almost half the treasures in this area. Forget exactly how many sub-levels this one is, but I know the other two are, I think, the Hole of Heroes is 14 floors and the Dream Den's 13. This one I'm pretty sure is also in the double digits, but it's the shortest of the 3 caverns. Alright. And then, as you guys can see, bombs aplenty. And if I remember correctly... Yep, that's what I thought. Yeah, in this floor you have to fight a couple Emperor Bulblaxes. So let's start off... Or right, I forgot, you actually want them to swallow the bombs. I'm pretty sure there's one in the water somewhere. Yep, there it is. Oh, double bomb! Alright, I'm just gonna try to go gung-ho with it while it's distracted. Alright, one down. So yeah, it's the general strategy of how you take it down in the first game. So yeah, the other one actually has the treasure. So in the meantime, let's go ahead and bring back the treasure that's kind of just out in the open. Let's also bring back the Bulblax corpse. Just so it's completely out of the... Oh, shoot! Okay, so that should save all of them. Oh, shoot, and now that one's drowning. Shoot, come on, game! Wow, that was brutal. There is just a death trap for the yellow, white, and purple Pikmin. The milk tub! So yeah, that just, kind of a useless corridor over there. Alright, so just so that this isn't a problem, I'm just gonna go ahead and start shucking red Pikmin onto these geysers. Just get rid of all these geysers. As well as these other geysers. Just so that fire is not a problem when I'm trying to fight this thing. Because I know water's gonna be a problem regardless, but this way fire's not gonna be a problem. Yeah, and of course in regards to the RNG of this whole game, sometimes you get the one with the treasure that's on land, but most of the time I think this one's usually in the water. Alright. So basically, any blues and purples are going to be completely useless in this fight. So I'm basically going to use the other captain to goad it out of the water. And then try my absolute darndest to get it on land. Okay, it's go time. Alright, done. Oh yeah, they're taking the treasure back. And then, yeah, that requires 20, so that's gonna need all the blue Pikmin to get that back. Alright, so I'll keep them over there. Then I'll bring the carcass back, and then we'll be off to the next floor. The mysterious remains! Oh, I can't even carry this thing back because I don't have 20. Alright, fine. Alright. Well, I don't need the carcasses, so... that bull board can just rot there. Or, excuse me, the bull blacks. Alright, rest floor. Okay, so there is a clean candy pop, as well as stuff to replenish purples and whites. And there's no treasures on this floor, so this is purely a rest floor. And just pelt this sucker. Yep, we got a spicy spray out of it. We're pretty much getting back the one that we used up during the fight. Alright, so I guess I would rather have blues. Alright, so... yep, we got another beetle. Alright, so that one's just stuck in the corner. Yep, we got another spicy spray. Where the heck did it go? It landed on the geyser. Weird. I don't even know if I can get it. Yep, we unfortunately got screwed out of the spray. Oh, what a tease. Alright, so then... just gonna check or I guess I can just check my numbers while they're in the party. Okay, so I got... yeah, definitely replenish blues. I'll use a yellow to replenish my blue population. Alright. So yeah, that gives us 19 of the rest of them, and then 24 blues. Now let's go ahead and strengthen those blues. Okay. Yep, we're back up to 100, so on to the 6th floor. Okay, everyone just decided to get distracted. Alright. Oh, immediately we got some regular Wollywogs. Yippee! As well as electricity hazards. Double yippee! This is gonna be so much fun, but at least we don't have to deal with the water wraith. Okay, hurry the frick up. Okay. Very quickly take the dumble out. Alright, cool. Okay, so then we got some electricity beetles in there. So yeah, avoid that like the plague. Well, I don't want to carry anything back, so just anything, we're gonna have to deal with those. Okay, and then I go out and watch out for the electricity hazard. Okay. Alright, cool, that went out of treasure. The Princess Pearl. So yeah, there's still another treasure. Where it's located, I'm gonna have to scope that out really quick. Alright, let's go ahead and bring the corpse back, as well as getting rid of this electricity hazard. Because I just don't have to deal with that when I'm fighting another one of those Wallywogs. Alright, cool beans. Alright, now time to scope out where this other treasure's located. Oh, there's a whole nother okay, yep, there it is. Well, I guess if I just bring yellows, that kind of negates this whole thing. Alright, I'm pretty sure I can just take the dumble out with just Olimar. Try not to get devoured in the process. Yeah, man, there we go. Yep, and here's another live dumble. Yeah, stuff like this is why I highly recommend getting, or doing all the other dungeons before you attempt this final area, because you get all the power-ups and it makes it easier. Alright, so... I hopefully shouldn't get harassed by this thing, but we'll find out. Okay. Okay, so... cool. Hopefully 19's enough, otherwise we'll have to come back. Oh, there's another double. Gotta be mindful of that. Okay, keep them the heck. Oh crap, one of them fell. Shit. That might be a reset, unfortunately. Oh, never mind. Cool. Yeah, I know that's the part that sucks, is like if any of them fall in the pit, that's the only way you can save them. Shoot. Alright, I gotta save them again. This is gonna be a whole mess. Yeah, they're all dead. Alright, that's a reset. So it's kind of just like, it's one of those pick your poison things where it's like, yellows, you don't have to worry about them drowning. But at the same time, you gotta deal with all the insta-kill bugs. Alright, then immediately gotta deal with insta-kill hazards. Oh, and... oh, mama! Okay, so that's done. Cool. Come on, kill the double. Awesome. And I just gotta be cautious around that Wallywog. Okay. Alright, this is where I gotta be really careful. Oh god, no! Definitely one at a time if I can help it. Okay, cool. The one that had the treasure was closer, so let's go ahead and bring that one back first. Then I gotta kill the other one if I want to bring the entire party to go grab the other treasure. Okie dokie. Okay, and then just have purples at the ready for the love of God. Oh, mama! Okay, dead. Cool beans. Alright, bring the carcass back. Yeah, and that's just the kicker, too, is just, whenever those electricity bugs are in the water, because it's like, yep, you're doomed on so many levels. Just trying to deal with those things. Okay, so there's an electricity hazard. Alright, let's go ahead and take the dumbbells out. Okay, done. And then, yeah, you do need Pikmin to take out the electricity hazards. Of course, I still haven't answered the question of how much that treasure weighs. This time I am not trying it with yellows because that ended poorly last time. Alright, almost dead. Dead. Okay, so let's go grab the yellows to at least get rid of the electricity hazard. And maybe even take this bug out while we're at it. Might as well while they're on land. Okay, that one's dead. That one's too close to the water for my liking. Okay, so let's go ahead and take the hazard out. Yeah, and I only have to take 2 of these bugs out. I'll probably just take all 3 of them out just to be overly cautious. Yeah, and of course you want this many yellows because, like, they barely are able to take them out in one go. Before it gets back up. Alright, cool. So that should be... Yeah, because that's no longer able to conduct electricity without a second bug, so I should just be able to do some blue Pikmin now. Of course, I got 24 of them, so... Alright, I'll let the president take the rest of them. Alright, so yep, with all hazards out of the way, we can just go ahead and go nuts with grabbing the treasure. Thank goodness I killed the rest of those beetles. Oh, it's buried too. Alright, so they'll deal with that. Alright, so I guess I'll... Oh yeah, that one's still alive. Alright, so it only weighs 5, so... Woohoo. Alright, go ahead and bring some of these carcasses back. And that's gonna require blue Pikmin. Of course, they're just gonna take it through the water, because they can. Oh shoot, that white Pikmin is still stuck in the corner. ended up being a mushroom. Interesting. I thought it was a cookie. The Groshroom. Yep, that's... Oh, is it? It's actually drowning. Oh, this could be very bad. Okay, cool. Alright, so let's go ahead and start bringing carcasses back. Because there's a lot of carcasses. So many carcasses. Oh shit! God damn it, why did they go that way? Yep, they're dead. Oh, are you kidding me? That was a schmuck up just because... Why did they go that direction? Like, I don't even know why they went that direction. That's the baffling part. Yeah, you know, the one thing that can kill, or one of the things that can kill all of you, let's just go straight for it and drown to death. Because of that, I gotta reset the floor because I lost too many Pikmin. Okay, so there's one of the Wollywogs. Alright, let's go ahead and get them jumping right away. Okay, dead. And that one, unfortunately, was not the one with the treasure, so... Gotta find the other one and kill it. Alright, where's the double at? Yeah, I know it's like the downside about the color selection is that, like, by the time you get around to the purples, you might have some casualties afoot. Alright, where the heck is the other Wollywog? There it is, it's all the way over there. Yeah, let's, yeah, I'm not pushing that. Let's grab the Pikmin that for sure won't die. Oh goodness, I got caught on the wall. Yeah, 'cause as long as they don't get too close, they shouldn't get killed by the Wollywog. Okay. Yeah, that might be getting too close to the Dumples. Alright, pretty much just gotta play out a happy medium here where we don't go to the electricity hazard, and we don't get killed here. Yeah, I'd rather get the electricity hazard finished off first. Okay, so this gotta still go down, alright. Done. Yep, that was enough to trigger it. Great. Come on. Yeah, I was like, for the love of everything, don't jump back that direction. Yeah, it's like I'm very hesitant to full good to go guns blazing on that until I kill it. Okay, that's done. And luckily this is in a lot more favorable position this time. Alright, so then I just gotta make sure that none of these idiots try to go through the water this time. Yeah, ideally shouldn't, but who knows. Alright, now we'll go and bring these carcasses back. Oop. Yeah, I'm not saying that again, we already know what these two treasures are. Alright, so this time not gonna dawdle, I'm just gonna beeline it straight for the exit. Alright, I'm guessing the exit's over... Yeah, there it is. Alright, got all the Pikmin, let's move on. Alright, level 7. Oh, right off the bat, I see a bunch of poison. Alright, hopefully we don't get screwed by this thing. Yep, that's gonna end in disaster. Oh gosh, gonna end in disaster on a lot of fronts. So many puppy blowhogs! Alright, I guess let's start by taking out some of these poison bats. Of course, there might be some of those poison bugs, so we gotta be cautious. Okay, done. Yeah, I was gonna say, I know I can only avoid that for so long. Okay, purples. Gotta be cautious of that thing. Yeah, unfortunately that blue's... I guess the blue didn't die, cool. Alright, let's go ahead and get rid of the other poison bats. Alright, then there's one of the treasures. Alright, then just to test the waters, go ahead and chuck purple on there. Alright, then go ahead and bring this carcass back. Okay, so I think I got a couple seconds to deal with this gate now. Okay, cool. So that's taken care of. Yeah, this is gonna be a disaster. That's done. And that's gonna be kind of a problem because that is right next to a poison bat. Yeah, and I was like, that's how heavy the purples are, is just, you can easily just chuck them on there. Or they'll go down that easily. Alright, then this has to get taken down, let's go ahead and do that. Hey Zach, and welcome in, just going through the final areas, dungeons. There's 3 in total. This is the quote-unquote easiest of the 3. They're all hard. I mean, honestly, I'd argue some of these are easier than the water wraith one because you're not having to deal with the water wraith, but I digress. The fuel reservoir. Yeah, I laughed so hard if that was the only treasure in this area. Always has been. Okay, so that's dead. Just decided to try to take one. Gosh, oh, no, that's gonna end in disaster. Okay, done. Alright, let's go ahead and speed this process up. Okay, so the other one's over there. Gosh darn it, they just really like trying to take a purple with them. Well, they're all leaves, so it doesn't really matter. You almost think you're being excessive with the amount of stuff, Pikmin you chuck on these enemies, but it seems like it's never enough. Okay, and then we got double poison bat, and this thing is likely this direction. Alright, then I gotta deal with that dude. Well, we made progress. Okay, be careful. Dive! D is for dive! Actually, which direction is this thing? Oh, I see, that thing was holding the treasure. Gotcha! Time to rescue the chocolate cookie. Welcome in, Sandslash. Hello. Just tackling the hardest stuff this game has to offer. So it's gonna be a ride and a half. Impenetrable cookie! Alright, done. Okie dokie. Back that direction. I always call that the contingency Pikmin check to make sure I don't leave any behind. Because you only make that mistake once. Yep. Yeah, this is the quote-unquote easiest of the three. Of course, it starts you off with one that's like a bunch of electricity hazards and bombs. So it's always a good time. Oh, no! Not Gatling Grunks again! I hate those stupid bitches! Well, let's see how many resets this is. Yo, yeah, and all the bulb orbs. Oh god, they're both heading over there. Did I mention I hate those bitches? Ooh, a bitter spray. Just what I needed. Oh, no, don't get me during the cutscene! Yeah, I was gonna say, I'd say they're the worst regular enemy because the water wraith only shows up once during story mode. I still think the water wraith is worse. But yeah, the Gatling Groinks are definitely the second worst, and the third worst are the big bull bears. Those two being up there because, as I might have stated before, on a previous section, if you don't get them back to base fast enough after you kill them, they come back to life. Like, I think once they're at like half health, they come back to life, and it sucks ass. Mama! Mama! Ooh! Mama! 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 And now I gotta deal with the second one! Mama! Whew! Alright, get them the heck away. Whew, that was close. Alright, very carefully. Alright, so hopefully they work fast enough, otherwise this is gonna be a disaster. Yep, see what I mean? Alright, work, get this thing the frick back to base ASAP. But yeah, the one thing I was going to mention, the nice part about using the bitter sprays is that the carcass just ceases to exist, so you don't have to deal with that whole problem. Alright. Oh shit! Okay, so then I just gotta be careful, like you wouldn't believe. Try to goad it this direction. Okay, it's gonna likely fire off at least once. Yep. Okay, well, its back is turned. Shit. I'm willing to use a bitter spray on this. I do not care. Kickers, this is where you realize how deadly these mini bulb orbs are. Okay, so now that that crisis has averted itself, where the heck are the treasures located? Alright, let's go ahead and ponder that as we bring some carcasses back to base. Time to rain death! Oh shoot, now they're stuck in the pit. Oh, they're all dead, never mind. Oh yeah, the fiery bulb axes are also bad because you can, like, unless you have a water pit to lure them in, you can only take them out with reds. And even if you have the water pit, now you can only use blues. Like, there is no scenario you can use purples in without risk of drowning. Or just, it's never worth it. Cha-ching! Oh yeah, that one sucked, especially when you're also trying to deal with the water wraith. Just screw the water wraith. Alright, so now that the Gatling Groinks are dead and basically the crisis is averted, now I'm gonna scope the place out for where the heck the treasure is located. Well, treasure, potentially treasures. So many bulb orbs. Okay, so there's a soda can. That could be the only treasure. Okay, so yeah, I'm really gonna have to clear house then. This is gonna be fun! Well, at least I don't have to deal with the Gatling Groinks. So I'll take what I can get. Actually, you know what? Just because I really don't need all these Pikmin. Boop. 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 Yeah, I know, it's like what sucks, like it doesn't unlodge itself from whatever it just killed until it fully dies. So you gotta be careful, otherwise it's gonna get eaten. Yeah, I'm just gonna clear house before I deal with this, because then I can just have all my other Pikmin go nuts. Time to rain death! Oh, good thing I've never attempted that, because, I guess that would have been what happens. So many carcasses, Jesus. Alright, I'll start with these two. Okay. Deal with these 4 next. Okay, dead. Alright, then I'll deal with this cluster. Oh, shoot. Okay, so that should be all of them. What are you doing? Alright, it's time to start using everyone and their mother to bring all these carcasses back. Likely gonna take multiple trips. Although I probably should start by prioritizing the treasure, although to be fair, I could use the purples for that. I know I don't have to, but I feel like it. Okay, so let's go ahead and put these on the treasure. Alright, round 1 is a go. Yeah, and of course, that's the nice part, is, like, that's why you feel so invincible, like, once you have access to purple Pikmins, because you're just like, haha, I can actually kill this thing now. And then, of course, once the rollers are gone, it's completely harmless. I think that's why everyone was so spooked when the... Well, actually, I'm not gonna spoil it, because I was like... Yeah, I'm not gonna spoil it. I will mention what I'm gonna mention once I've played Pikmin 3. Oh, God, no! It's bad enough that it exists, and that the fact that they also made it a challenge mode enemy. Oh, no. I mean, to be fair, I think it would have been, at least for one floor, it would have been perfect to put in the Dream Den. Just so you have to deal with it one more time. But, like, the fact that you have to deal with it for an entire dungeon, I think, is just justified if with it, that being the only time you have to deal with it. The Fruit Guard! Alright, so that... Oh, shoot. Alright. I think we're almost... Yeah, I was gonna say... 3 rounds of carrying carcasses back. Jeez Louise. That's how many bulborbs you have to kill. Okay, so that should be all the carcasses on this half. Take me! Oh, shoot. Go. Yeah, I'm not... Oh, actually, we didn't kill... I mean, I'm not going back for that. I just want to deal with those bulborbs, because those were actually in the path of our treasure gathering tasks. Oh, gosh. Well, and of course, the #1 thing I'm nervous about with Pikmin 4 is, what if they bring the Water Wraith back? I would not be surprised. Well, here, I mean, because the thing is, the Queen Bulblaxes have already been confirmed for the 4th game, because they were shown off in the trailer. So we'll see how many return for Pikmin 4 in the dungeons. Oh gosh. I mean, to be fair, I feel like that would have been a bit more balanced with you having white Pikmin. Because I know that was kind of the #1 dangerous thing with the Smoky Prog, is that it essentially was a poison enemy when you couldn't deal with poison enemies. Okay, so I saw one treasure. Yeah, speaking of poison, oh boy. I love when you get treasures like right next to you. This is the beauty of the RNGs. Sometimes it works out in your favor. There's also the holes right there. The Wiggle Noggin! If that was the only treasure, I would have laughed my butt off. And of course you gotta be ridiculously careful because there is a pool of water. Okay, so yeah, there's more poison and a bomb enemy. Alright, so guess just get rid of the poison hazard already. Just for the love of everything, keep them away from the corners. Okay, so that's done. Okay, I gotta wait for that bomb to go off. Oh, that requires 15. Okay, so I gotta be a bit more strategic about this. Oh yeah, get them the heck out of Dodge. Alright, get them the heck out of Dodge. Because now I gotta deal with both these suckers. Okay, don't get too close. Yeah, now this is kind of just risky business, because now I gotta deal with both of these dudes. Yeah, definitely get them the heck out of Dodge. Okay, so this is likely going to somewhat require purples at this point. Okay. Okay, boom, mama! Too bad they can't get damaged by their own bombs when they're on the ground. Yeah, I was like, try to get them to... Okay, as long as they're in the corner, they should be able to dodge the bomb. Alright, cool. Okay, cool, we were able to stun it before it was able to... Okay, so then that one's the... Okay, I'm gonna wait until it flies in a more favorable position. Because that's the one that goes after the captains. Are you kidding me? They're all... There we go. Alright, done. Okay, so that's all the hazards out of the way. Now I just gotta make sure none of these guys go in the go in the water, otherwise we're screwed. Alright, cool. Then I'll go ahead and grab the other 3 Pikmin types so they don't try to go after this thing. Alright, cool. The maternal sculpture! Okay, so that's that. so that's all the Pikmin, so onwards. Alright, so yeah, this one's exactly 10. Oh gosh, the puff stools were gonna be back? Oh no. Okay, so... this is the final floor. Here we go. Alright, go, 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 go. Yeah, I did not get much of a... not much of a cycle on... oh crap, I accidentally whistled to pick the president back. So yeah, that's the general strategy, is basically try to use one of the captains to goad this thing, but then it is going to summon rocks. Yeah, and unfortunately it healed itself by the time I could really get going. Oh shit. Shit. Okay, that could have been... not... oh shoot. Reset. Yeah, unfortunately I didn't use the spray when I needed to. Yeah, it really is. So yeah, the general strategy is to basically make it run into the wall with one of the captains that doesn't have Pikmin, because otherwise they're going to get crushed. But then it's going to summon rocks, so you only get probably like 5 to 10 seconds to shoot Pikmin at it before it gets back up. Shrimp. Alright. Take 2. Wait. Oh, you can't even injure it while it's like that. That's so dumb! Yeah, and then of course you can swipe it away. Okay, I'm gonna try to do this with a full Pikmin counter. As long as I get it far enough away. Okay, watch out. Go. Yeah, and of course you can't be too close to this thing either, because otherwise your throw misses. So I'm gonna try this a bit more aggressively and see if that bears any fruit. Okay, I thought that was gonna be shit! Mama! As I previously stated, this does not mess around. This is usually why I don't play aggressively. Because, yeah, you can easily dodge to an extent. What's gonna kill you is the rocks. And, spoiler alert, this enemy shows up, I forget which cavern it is, but it shows up in one of the 2 other caverns. So this is not the only time you have to fight this thing. Yeah, it's definitely the hardest of the 3 bosses. Alright, so... oh gosh, it's still going. Yeah, I always find that funny, is like the captain will just run around and try to avoid getting hit. So yeah, it's definitely hard because you really can't use bitter sprays at all. Yeah, like that is just the kicker, is you really only get like a couple of seconds to deal with it. Okay. Yeah, the only way you can really dodge this thing is if you have them on ultra spicy sprays. Come on! Okay. Yeah, and of course it'll, when it comes to the rocks, it won't necessarily even, like, be next to it. It'll be, come on. It'll be wherever the heck your Pikmin are located! Jesus Christ! Like I said, just this boss does not mess around. I'm okay with some deaths, but half of my Pikmin population? No, no, no. Yeah, and of course, on top of all that, its health gradually regenerates, so yippee! Alright, so I'm gonna try a new strategy. It's called White Pikmin Only. Or just having a small Pikmin population so that less of them die. And I kind of prefer to have my fastest Pikmin on the job. Alright, this time Olmar is going to be the bait. Have fun, dude! Go! You almost need your yellows to go fast and, or like to like reach high enough. Okay, go. Come on, hit the wall. Dodge. Ugh. Yeah, it's like you almost need yellows. Yeah, I might have to try this again with my yellows because the whites are not getting any headway on this. Oh crap, they can go in there. Son of a bitch. It's a stream playthrough. I've played this game a decent amount of times. Doesn't get any easier, but yeah. Yeah, I feel bad for anyone who's trying to play this blind. That's why I was dreading the water race so much, because I knew that was going to be part of this challenge. Yeah, I pity whoever comes across the water wraith for the first time. Sure. So yeah, in terms of the rock spawnage, as you guys can see, like I said, it follows you anywhere, which includes the safe zone. So you really can't go back to base, otherwise you jeopardize all your Pikmin. Okay, so let's try this with the Pikmin that I know will actually reach now. Okay, I could have sworn it showed up again. I could have sworn. Or maybe I'm thinking of another enemy. Like, seriously, like, what is up with this hitbox? Okay. Like, seriously, hitting this thing is a nightmare. And of course, I mean, I know 6 is a lot of sprays, but it goes pretty quickly. Okay. Yeah, seriously, like, look at that. My spray's already gone. Oh, shit. Why did they have to be idiots? Yeah, and it's still missing. What the hell? Guess the only other strategy I can come up with without just going ham is just purple Pikmins. But seriously, that is a very specific hitbox. Like, you think they just go straight in the middle, but no, they don't. At all. Alright, new strategy. New strategy, purples. Oh, shoot balls! Okay. Yeah, that is not gonna happen. Alright, Olmar, get your butt over here. Okay, sprays! Come at me, bro! Come at me, bro! Yeah, this boss is essentially one giant game of chicken is... Oh yeah, purples! Holy shit! So yeah, note to self, the strategy's purples. Alright then. Of course I gotta be careful because once the sprays run out, they're gonna suck. Wow, look at that! Holy crap! Alright. Come on. Okay. Come on, hit the wall, hit the wall, hit the wall. Okay. Okay, watch out for rocks. Oh, what a tease! What a tease! Okay, go. Okay, watch out for the rocks. And go. So yeah, for those who want to fight this boss, use purples for the love of God. Because apparently they have the right trajectory when you chuck them, and they kill them in like 3 to 4 goes. Wow. Like, that was just insane how much quicker that went. Yeah, and as you guys saw, you don't really need a whole lot of purples. 18 did it just fine. Heck, I'm pretty sure 10 to 15 would probably do it just fine. Yep, and no deaths. The silencer! Yeah, I still can't believe, like, yeah, that's the strategy, and then it ended up being a deathless run of that boss. That is actually insane. The power of the purples. Okay, so yeah, that explains they have more attack power. But yeah, like I said, just because of, like, their weight, like, they just have, like, better, like, throwing trajectory, so they actually stay on there better. Alright, 1 out of 3 complete. Alright, so I should be able to at least get 1 more of these done on this particular in-game day. If I run out of time, I'll probably have to do another in-game day to finish it out. Of course, getting to the Hole of Heroes is going to take the longest to get to. Okay, so what is my ratio? So let's go ahead and put a couple of blues back. And then I think I needed at least 1 of each color. Yeah, I know it's overpowered, but it feels justified when it comes to these boss fights. Okay, so I need 2 reds and 2 of them. Okay. Okay, what's the extra one that I have? There's one just roaming in the field somewhere. Oh, there it is. Alright. Okay, so I gotta get rid of a red and grab a purple. Alright, off to the Hole of Heroes. Yeah, go ahead and strengthen up the Pikmin arsenal that I have, because a lot of them got weakened by all the blowhogs. Alright, cool. Yeah, I was gonna say, doesn't have the final boss in it, but it is the longest one by, I think, at least a floor, because I think it's 14 as opposed to 13. Yeah, and of course, I'm trying my absolute darndest to get all 3 of these done in one in-game day, because 1, the game will get done one day quicker. 2, I won't have to deal with, potentially dealing with the Gatling Groink that roams this area again. Okay, yeah, I think based on the timing, I should be able to get all 3 done in one day. Cool. I am detecting the howls of countless creatures in the hole ahead. It's nearly deafening. Sound analysis indicates a wide variety of creatures nesting here. It's a melting pot of life. Mr. President, be extremely careful. Olimar, your job is to protect this life at all costs. Woohoo! The Hole of Heroes. 13 treasures, so yeah, that basically means not all the floors are gonna have a treasure. Time for Marathon 1 of 2. Seriously, without fail, they try to go for a purple Pikmin at the last second, and I don't get it. Oh, shoot. Yeah, and unfortunately, they're gonna die before I can kill it fast enough. Oh, I didn't realize there's a... Where the heck did that even come from? Guess I just wasn't paying attention. Well, it didn't kill a Pikmin, so I'll take it. Yeah, there's a lot of them. Alright, dead. Yo, no. Gotta love falling enemies from the sky. They can just suck a fat one. It's like rule number 1 of playing this game, expect falling anything. Falling rocks, falling bombs, falling enemies, you name it. And falling eggs on occasion. Corpulent nut! Oh gosh. Yeah, it's like, don't get me wrong when I talk about stuff like this with this game. I love this game, but it is the most difficult of the trilogy. How difficult 4 is gonna end up being, we'll see, but as of the original trilogy, I still think it's the hardest. Well, then again, I haven't played Ultra Spicy Mode on 3, so once I have played through the entirety of that, I will make my judgment on whether or not that's harder than this game. But in terms of playing 2 or 3 on its own, which is basically the Wii is hard mode on the Switch, is how it equates. Ultra Spicy Mode adds a bunch of stuff, and yes, I am playing on Ultra Spicy Mode. I think it basically adds some things like Pikmin can die from drowning faster, you can only have 60 Pikmin in the field as opposed to 100, the days are quicker, and I think there might be 1 or 2 other things. But yeah, most notably, you can only have 60 Pikmin in the field. Alright, I gotta be ridiculously careful. Alright, that bug's also around. This is just barrels of fun, isn't it? Yeah, I'm not attempting that with just, yeah, I might as well just let them get this out of their system. Why is they not gonna shut up about it? Falling bombs! Falling bombs! party never ends. Yeah, I was gonna say, I know I was saying that earlier, I'm just like, thank goodness it's more of a stun as opposed to an insta-kill. Yeah, that's why when you, there's a certain enemy we're gonna fight later, like, there is a reason why you definitely want to fight that thing initially just with yellows. Okay, that one's dead. I gotta kill at least one more of these. Oh, shoot. Missed. Crap on a biscuit. Okay. Let's try this again. Yeah, probably only got a couple seconds. Go. Go. Aw, man, they didn't kill it? Jesus. Alright, I guess they die when their underbelly's exposed. Cool. Take what I can give at this level. Okay, go, 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 go. Get out of the way. Ah, crap, no, it's tracked. This could be a problem. At least it's not gonna leave the corner, but still. Okay, get the frick out of dodge. Oh no, it didn't die, crap. Kill it with fire! Kill it with fire! Yeah, and that one's unfortunately just still stuck in a trance until we kill the bug. Alright, so yeah, I gotta be careful and only use purple Pikmins, otherwise we're just screwed 7 ways to Sunday here. Okay, so that's where the bug landed. Yeah, this is why I recommend using purples, because they can stun it before it has time to fly off. I mean, honestly, it makes this game slightly more fair, is just the fact that you can insta-kill enemies with that, and then also with the cannon beetles, that the red ones where, like, the rock ricochets back. You can also have the cannon beetles kill themselves. It's stuff like that that makes the game slightly more fair. Because you really only need a captain to pull it off, you don't even need the Pikmin. Okay. Why do your throws have to be so darn accurate? Why? Thank goodness that bomb's over there. There we go. I got one of them. Okay, let's get them the heck back in our arsenal. Thank goodness for the pluckaphone. Yeah, so the pluckaphone's great because, like, it pretty much almost negates what these things do. So then you just pluck them instantly. Okay, so then, yeah, they got a clear house on this thing. Okay, so then we just gotta... Woohoo! Yeah, and that's the thing, it's like... The only run you could actually do... Well, and of course, like, it depends on what run you're even referring to anyways, like, if it's, like, paying the debt off, or get 100%ing it, because, like... Because I know in order to 100% the game, you need all 5 types. But in terms of paying the debt off, I know that's different. The essence of true love! Alright, that's the treasure. Cool. But yeah, I know it's like with glitches, I know you can do it with, like just other Pikmin types, like just purples, not counting the reds you get initially. But yeah, the submerged castle, that alone makes it impossible to 100% the game with purples only. You can do blues only if you're counting, like, from the moment you get them, but that's about it. Definitely Bulbins, because they, even though they can't leave the caverns, they're immune to all hazards that basically aren't insta-kill. If we're counting the original 5, I would definitely say, yeah, I would say purples. Like, I know whites are probably the next best because of how fast they go, but yellows are definitely the third because they get rid of an insta-kill hazard. And then I'd say blues, then reds. Okay, so this is... And it's like, you always think it's a rest floor, and it's not a rest floor. Okay, so there's a bunch of these suckers. Oh, this is gonna be a disaster! Live, darn it! Okay, cool. Okay, one down. And this is why I use the Z-axis, because you can easily figure out where your distressed Pikmin are at. Sometimes they get stuck in a crevice, and you're just screwed 7 ways to Sunday. Oh, Jesus! I hate the cutscenes! I mean, just this playthrough, I just can't tell you the number of times I gotten screwed because of the... Yeah, like, that one's gonna die because it's out of range. Alright, so I gotta be careful because, yeah. Oh, shoot balls! Yeah, thank goodness the captains don't get blown over anymore because of the blowhogs. Because you get that one power-up. Yeah, I can totally see why. Alright, be careful. Like you wouldn't believe. Shitballs! Okay, get the heck out of Dodge. Wow, that was still hanging on there. I mean, they're all leaves at this point, so might as well just cut my losses at this point. Alright, dead. Okay, so then I got another fiery boy over there. Alright, dead. Okay, so there's a treasure. Alright, so we got a marble. I know, like I said before, just it's one of those things I always do is to basically just chuck one purple or the minimum amount of purples onto the treasure to test the waters to see if an enemy or a rock or a bomb are gonna fall out of the sky. Because you just don't know with this game. Especially when some of it's based off RNG. I mean, this is already the best I've ever played this game, so this run's already a victory. Alright, we got the marble. The love sphere. Alright, Dunzo. Alright. Yep, we got all the Pikmin. Yeah, I know at the previous dungeon, I just felt so bad because one of the Pikmin basically, I think it was a white Pikmin, it got hit by the watery blowhogs, was trying to deal with that, and then it ran into an electricity gate. There was just no saving that Pikmin. Alright, I forgot. This version of this boss is worse because now there's a sinkhole. Well, not actually a sinkhole, but like... Didn't mean to do that. Alright, I guess we're doing this. Spray. Alright, where the heck is it gonna land? Okay, where's it going? Okay. Donate! Okay, where? Okay. Oh, crap, there it is. Oh, spray! And this is why you want sprays! Yeah, of course, the one plus side about it, eating your Pikmin, is that you get a couple extra seconds to do damage. Yeah, alright, done. Yeah, because the whole of Heroes is kind of a boss rush of sorts. Oh wait, there's two of them? Crap, I forgot there were two. We'll find out if I have to kill both of them, but... The Lustrous Element! Haha, I don't have to kill both of them, let's go! I killed the correct one. Because that was definitely a 50-50 shot on that. Surprised the other one didn't get triggered. Take what I can get. Alright, so let's see if there's any Queen Candy Pop Buzz, otherwise, moving on. Nope, there's nothing. Alright, moving on. Okay, 89. Yeah, and of course the negative side about this being kind of a marathon of a dungeon is that, like, if you don't have at least a certain amount of Pikmin for the boss at the end, you can't beat the boss. You're just kind of walled and you just have to go from there. Alright, rest floor. I'm trying to kill the Mamuda. Okay, cool. Alright, butterflies! This is where I recommend scatter throwing. Alright, I guess we're getting a bunch of blues. Well, we got most of the remaining Pikmin back. Alright, cool. Alright, time to strengthen my Pikmin up again. Alright, let's go ahead and bring all the butterflies back to base. Alright, we got a spicy spray. Then I'm going to use like 2 or 3 of those up during that boss fight. Okay, so that should be all the carcasses. At least over there. Come on, there we go. Alright, let's go ahead and bring this carcass back to base, and we should be good. Yeah, I was like, thank goodness for the Queen Candy Pop buds, because then you can easily replenish the numbers you lost. Like, this game knows it's difficult, which is why it gives you like 7 or 8 per Queen Candy Pop bud. Yeah, I could see where that would definitely, RNG would definitely play into that, because it's not just about, like, where it's gonna spawn in, it's which one are you trying to attack to get the treasure to show up. And then also just trying your darndest to not get the other one to spawn in like I just was successfully able to do. Oh, right, it's this floor. This is why, in retrospect, I'm glad I picked up blues, because, you kinda need blues. Wallywogs, oh god. Yeah, definitely recommend killing this thing with your captain first. Although at this point I'm gonna try to prioritize killing the Dumple first. Yeah, this is likely gonna take at least 2 cycles to kill. Yep, got half its health down. Then I'll come back with a purple. Or however many purples I need to carry that thing back. Come on, almost dead, almost dead. Aw, what a tease. What a tease. Alright, cool. Oh, no, 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 no. That could have been so bad. Alright, just for good measure, I'll chuck 3 over. Okay, so yeah, I needed at least 2, so there we go. Alright, not... Okay, yeah, definitely watch out for the Wollywog. Alright, so I'm not sure if I need... Okay, so yeah, I forgot, they do give you a candy pop bud in case you need it. Actually, they give you 2. Wow, nice. Alright, so then I gotta come over with some blues and take out the rock in order for us to leave. Yeah, I remember this route in the past. In previous runs, I wouldn't have enough blue Pikmin, so I had to do a second go-around so that I have enough. Or I think it was a combo, I wouldn't have enough of them, and I wouldn't have enough of the blues. Ooh, I hate when that happens. Alright, so then just make sure that none of these guys get bodied by any of the creatures. Okay, that should be a safe spot for them while I take this thing out. And this is pretty much the primary obstacle standing in the way of them getting the rock taken down. Pretty much whatever it takes to minimize Pikmin deaths. Because I'm gonna need a decent amount of Pikmin for the final boss in this area. Or it'll be helpful to have more Pikmin. Alright, done. Yes, the one saving grace about this dungeon is only having one treasure a floor, because then you're pretty much like, okay, this is the treasure and I don't have to worry about anything else on the floor. Okay. Alright, on to floor 7. Oh, right, I forgot. You were correct, Sandslash. That is the only time you have to fight that particular enemy. I was thinking about that boss. It has the same backdrop as the... Oh, shit! I hate this floor with a burning passion. Oh, shit! There's, like, no save space for your Pikmin initially, which sucks. Mama! 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 Okay. It's like, as long as I can at least kill one of these things, that's a starting point. Because now we have a safe corner. Every single time I have played this floor, it's always been chaos and carnage. Okay. Because, yeah, wasn't implied, you definitely want to kill these things before you even attempt the boss fight. Because if you don't, you're screwed 7 ways to Sunday! How did that dude not die? Okay, try to... Oh, Jesus. Okay, so that takes care of all of them. And then definitely get working on this this gate so that we can leave. Yeah, the weird cow squid. Okay, cool. Alright, so then I gotta definitely utilize the strategy. So yeah, the rest of them can kind of just stay in this corner. Strategy ahoy! Come at me! Oh, shoot. Yeah, that's like you barely get any time. Okay, go, go, go. Almost. Yeah, as previously stated, you gotta be careful because this thing slowly regenerates its health. Alright, done. Just gotta watch out for any remaining falling rocks, and we should be golden. I mean, I swear that's like the pinnacle to speed running is just knowing where the glitches are. Especially with older games. Oh gosh, I mean, I could see that. Alright, now I can probably speed this process up. Get the carcass back. Alright, cool. Yeah, I was gonna say, there were too many close calls on getting past the cannon beetles. I'm surprised none of the Pikmin died. Especially the purples. Oh gosh. Yippee! Alright, so that's pretty much the halfway point. Alright, another... Oh yeah, I forgot, there's Bulbman. It's a rest floor in heavy air quotes. Alright, so then we got a Queen Candy Pop Bud, which, yeah, unfortunately is now useless because we just... Oh, shoot. Mama! Oh, shoot! Shoot! Who is choking? Oh, shoot. Okay, that is a reset. There's no reason I should lose any Pikmin on this floor. None at all. Alright, still gotta be mindful of the Bulbman so I don't necessarily lose Pikmin. Oh shoot. Get the heck out of Dodge! Oh shoot, mama! Don't actually do that. Definitely want to go hunt that thing down once we're done killing the Bulbin. Alright, so we got several red flowers, which I'll probably just end up using the Bulbin on that, and then just turn them into something else later if need be. Alright, so now we got 100 Pikmin again, so we're lacking 1 blue and 1 white. Definitely don't need more reds. So I might chuck a red into the Queen Candy Pop Bud and grab whatever we need. For now, let's go ahead and bring the Bulbin carcass back. Okay, so we need blues. Let's go ahead and chuck a red when it turns blue. Alright, so then go ahead and try to get this thing to spawn in again. Or it might be permanently gone. I know, it just sucks because it's like sometimes it drops a bitter spray, but what do you do? Well, we're about as prepped as we're gonna be, so onwards. Yep, this is the Bullborb slash Bullblax level, which I'm pretty sure a bull bear shows up based on the noises I was hearing, but I could be dead wrong. Yep, there it is, although good news, it's stuck in a pit. No, 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 that's, I don't like that at all. Alright, we just gotta go away until it goes back to sleep, which sucks. Oh great, now the bull bear is out of the pit. We're just screwed. Ah, mama. The only way I can do this is just temporarily stun him with a spitter spray. Alright. And this is just so we have time to get the gate down. It's not even counting even taking the bull bear down. Alright. And then we gotta take down the minis. Alright, and then time to get the bull bear the heck back to the base. Alright, crisis averted. Of course, we still gotta take out the rest of them, but at least that's done. Of course, we still gotta take out the fiery Bullblacks, but I'll do that later. Okay, that's done. Okay, so yeah, we have to take that gate down in order to get to the next floor. And I gotta figure out where the heck this treasure's located. It's likely inside of a Bullblax, but we'll find out in a moment. Alright, let's go ahead and take these carcasses back to base, just to get them the heck out of Dodge. Trying to do whatever it takes to make sure no Pikmin go in the pit. Okay, you take the rest of the Pikmin. Yeah, they'll be Pikmin and then they'll be dead before you know it. Okay, those are dead. I was trying to kill everything before I even attempt this, the fiery Bullborb, or the Bullblacks. Okay, so that should be everything. Of course it's in the fiery Bullblacks. Why the heck would it be anything else? Alright. Well, I got one spray. Alright, done. Cool. Yeah, luckily the body extinguishes itself after it dies. Alright, time to start bringing carcasses back. Alright, and with that, I'm out of sprays, so we'll see what happens. The Dimensional Slicer! Yeah, big package. Alright. Pretty much gonna probably need the rest of the Pikmin. Oh, there's a, you carry that carcass back. Alright, then I'll go wait by the hole, and the President will rally the forces to get all the carcasses back. Kind of funny, it's been like so long since I've attempted the doing 100% of this game. I mean, playing the game and all, let alone that, but just like, it almost just like, now I'm actually remembering with more detail some of these later floors and these later dungeons, because I swear some of the memories of doing some of these, like, almost feel like a fever dream. It's like, was this actually in the game, or did I hallucinate that? Alright, so then with this, you have to fight Emperor Bulblaxes, and there's poison bats, so hopefully this doesn't trigger one of them. Okay, cool. Okay, so that's all the preparation I can really do, so... Purples. Well, first of all, spawn it out of the ground, and then purples. Oh, Jesus. Oh my god! How many just died? I think it was like 4 or 5. Actually, you know what? I can answer that question. 5 died. Do I reset the floor or not? This is the debate. I mean, I think I can make it work with 15. Yeah, I think I can make it work with 15. I'm gonna press on. It is gonna get trickier from here on out with no sprays. The treasure gyro block. Yeah, especially since we ended up killing the Emperor Bulblax that had the treasure. That's why I'm more inclined to move on. But of course, once I move on, it's locked in, so I just gotta deal with my remaining numbers after that. Okay, so where's the exit? Oh, it's back there. Alright, cool. I don't even have to do that. Alright, cool. Moving on. Yeah, I kind of prefer to at least have 15 purple Pikmin just for having enough attack power. Not this son of a bitch! This is the hardest version of this. Alright, so... I say this is the hardest version because, basically, rocks fall out of the sky for this. Let's just say there's no version of... I'm already might be screwed here. Alright, get your asses over here. Get your asses over here. I know it is likely possible to do this deathless, but just like, you get bombarded with the spawn so quickly. Okay, and then I gotta very quickly... Yeah, because, like, ideally you're supposed to have one of the captains be on the other side to ward the spawn off. But unfortunately you start on the rear end, so you're kind of screwed! I thought that was a spawn. But the only safe space for your Pikmin is by the hole. Rocks will flow everywhere else in this area. Nope. Okay, and then I gotta go back to Olimar. Okay, and then have the rest of them go away. Yeah, like, basically if you want to set this up with minimal Pikmin deaths, it kind of takes a couple of go-arounds of doing this before you can even start attacking. Because I want to get my attack Pikmin situated, and I want to get these things hugged across the wall to the greatest extent possible, so that they are less oh, god damn it. Hug the wall! There we go. Okay. What the heck is even attacking? Is there a Pikmin? Oh, there's a Pikmin. Yep. And I don't have any sprays. I mean, with this boss, you really don't need more than like 10 or 15 Pikmin. But yeah, basically your other captain has to be a meat shield of sorts, but the caveat is you have to be kind of quick about it, otherwise they die. Or you'll lose one of your captains. Okay, and switch over so I don't get hit. Like, the most pain in the butt portion of this whole thing is just the setup to even get it to work. Like, once you got your setup going, you're good. But it is almost impossible to do that initial portion without losing a couple of Pikmin because you're starting on the rear end. Because it's pretty much insta-kill for any Pikmin who get consumed by the spawn. And then inevitably it is going to spawn at least one in between go-arounds. And I think this is a problem I might have run into with previous runs, is that I'd have to deal with some of the later floors with only one captain. Okay, so that ideally should only be one more go-around. Yep, done. And then make sure I kill this last spawn, and we should be golden. Whew. Yeah, because I mean, like, the 7 that died were because of the spawn. Like, you just have to cut your losses with whatever gets killed by the spawn. Like, that is the most deathless I think I've ever played that fight, so I'll take what I can get on that. And like I said, none died due to the actual boss, they all died because of the spawn. The favorite gyro block! But then, of course, now I gotta be careful because Olimar is that close to death. You don't technically need 2 captains to take out the final boss of this area, so it's really just a formality it's nice to have both captains, but you don't need them. Whereas that one, I highly recommend having both captains. Same thing with that, Toady voiced earlier. Alright, so now the rest floor. I was gonna figure out we're lacking at the. Oh shoot! Not again! This could be a disaster. Okay, that's the second one. Alright, that's all we're getting. I mean, I'll take the bitter spray. Okay, so I got my entire population. Now I just have to figure out what I'm severely lacking on. Well, purples, obviously, but besides purples. Well, I guess I'd rather have blues. Especially since I'm pretty sure if I have to fight the man legs next, I'm pretty sure it's surrounded by water. Alright, so that'll get it up to 93. Then I got more nectar if I need it. Alright, so we're going best case scenario. Oh, there is a treasure on this floor. Thank goodness I didn't move on. No, get away. Oh, is it golden? Oh, right, that's where the treasure is, totally. Alright, cool. So we got one of each type of spray going into the final section. Alright, go ahead and grab that. But yeah, like Sandslash said, thank goodness that's the last time I have to fight that thing. The lost gyro block. Alright, so we got all our Pikmin, and they're all good to the greatest extent possible. Pray for my soul. That's all I have to say. At least you got more safety precautions for your Pikmin than you do for the original fight, but pray for my soul. The man legs also sucks. And of course, it's originally surrounded by a water pit, so, yeah. 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 In retrospect, I'm definitely, yeah, I was gonna say, I'm definitely glad I grabbed only blues, for the Queen Candy Pop, because boy am I gonna need them. Alright, I got 26. Olimar, your goal is to guard the rest of them with your life. Alright. Suck it! Suck it! This is gonna get a bit more pain in the buddy once I don't have the spray, but it should give me at least 2 or 3 go-arounds. Yeah, this is the #1 saving grace. Oh shit, it's not done! Saving grace of this particular version of the fight is that, Alright, where the heck are my... Is the fact that you have this particular barricade here, which as long as you stand on the other side of it, the manic legs cannot hurt your Pikmin. Which is why you do not want it to go too far beyond. Okay. Oh, shoot. Well, that one might die. We'll find out in a couple... Actually, as long as it goes for us, that Pikmin should be safe. Okay. So yeah, slow and steady wins the race is the name of the game for this boss fight. Yeah, don't get me wrong, it's a cool enemy, but gosh, is it scary. This whole game is scary. Okay, salvage it. Oh, shit! Yeah, occasionally glitchy stuff like that can happen, so, be mindful. Yeah, I'll just say, if any of your Pikmin trip or are slow, they're likely gonna die. Oh crap, it went over there. This could be a problem. Oh, never mind, cool, it went back. Thank you for being an idiot. Yeah, because it fires off that first initial stray bullet, so if any of your Pikmin are kind of just out in the open, they're gonna die. Alright, yeah, I was gonna say, this is likely still gonna be 1 or 2 more go-arounds before it's dead. I mean, if only one dies this entire go-around, I will take it. Oh shoot, it's not done. Yeah, pun intended, you do not want to jump the gun on this fight. With, getting your Pikmin out. Okay, run, 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 run. Yeah, it is so close to death. Alright, they're going to scatter to the winds here. Come on, kill it. Alright, done. But yeah, I was gonna say, of course you can really only reliably use blues here for the fight, but yeah, like I said, the saving grace is that you got this particular barricade, which, as long as you're at the appropriate angle, it will not hurt your Pikmin. But then, of course, the other caveat is that you need at least 5 blues to survive, otherwise you can't bring the treasure back. There's a chance it'll spawn on land, but you just don't want to push it. memorable gyro block. Alright, end of floor. Has the same vibe as like the end of chapter in Mario 1000-Year Door. End of chapter! Well, I guess any of the Paper Mario games, to be honest. Okay, maybe I'm thinking of the Dream Den as 14, but yeah. Because I was like, this is not the end. Because yeah, BD Longlegs is about to show up, and ideally you want to use yellows, but there is a bunch of water. I probably shouldn't be bringing out Olimar for this. Alright, you keep them safely snug as a bug. Oh shit! That could have gone so much worse. And do I use the spray now is the question. Oh shit! Yeah, and I was like, that's how much health it has, like, geez Louise. Oh shoot. See, that's just funny, it actually kills them faster when you don't use the spray. That's kind of ironic. I mean, not that I need the spray for the final boss, because I really don't. Alright, cool. Bring the gyro block back. I mean, I've definitely got plenty of Pikmin for the final boss of this area, so I'm not terribly worried. Yes, I got 88 Pikmin, and there's no elemental hazards as far as I'm aware of, so it's really just a matter of doing it. And try not to get Olimar killed in the process. Oh, we're actually right next to the hole, cool. Yeah, I'm glad it spawned right next to where we were at, because then I didn't even have to deal with the elemental dweebles. Alright, sub-level 15. Final floor. So yeah, really don't have to, well, I might as well just for posterity take out the gates right now. Alright, if possible, I'm gonna try to take these things out without trying to trigger the main boss. Because you could technically get them to go over there if possible. So it's super helpful if you try to take these out before you trigger the boss fight. Gosh, I was honestly thinking that when I first took down this, or when I was like first approaching this boss. Because it's like, you don't know what's gonna show up until it does. You just don't. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's some others. Yeah, there's two more. Alright, as long as I hug the wall, I shouldn't hopefully trigger this. Yeah, I said there's only one in story mode, and then there's at least one of the challenges has the water wraith as a part of it. And then the boss I'm about to fight also shows up in challenge mode. You could probably guess based on the floor patterns what it is, to an extent. But you'll find out in a bit. Alright, then very carefully hug the wall so I don't spawn the boss. And then because a lot of the Pikmin got weakened in the process, plus I lost a Pikmin at some point apparently. I also try to rescue them without triggering the boss. Yeah, so the boss itself isn't too bad, I'm just trying to make sure I don't trigger it early. Because then it's a disaster. Oh my gosh, a bitter spray. Definitely don't use this on the boss fight, because I shouldn't need it. Alright, and then... Purples ahoy! Alright, Olimar, you hold the fort down. Alright, and then at least until it spawns in, they're staying over here. So, yep, giant boy. So yeah, bigger body, but then, of course, bigger feet. And you will see why this thing, you want to make sure you dodge at a certain moment. So yeah, it'll always stomp 2 cycles. Or 2 cycles before it attempts to shake your Pikmin off, I should say. Like, it'll happen during the boss fight, but, like, there's a reason you want to get the heck out of dodge before it does. It wreaks havoc, because, this happens. Which is all kinds of fun. But yeah, as long as you know that strategy going into it, the regular version is definitely more of a threat. Because it'll always step at least 1 cycle before it attempts to shake your Pikmin off. But of course, the kicker is that you definitely want to make sure you get rid of those jellyfish enemies, otherwise this becomes a massive headache. Alright, so that should be 1 more cycle, and then that's all she wrote. Yeah, because I'm not pushing that. Alright, and done. It's definitely a blessing that that boss fight's as easy as it is, because, like, it takes a lot just to get to that point. Because as stated before, this is definitely a boss gauntlet of sorts. Yep, I was gonna say, and then of course, if you know what Rob is and what gyro blocks are, you kind of knew that that was kind of foreshadowing that this treasure was gonna be a Rob head. Of course, I didn't know what Rob was back when I was a kid. Found that out in Smash Bros. Later on. The remembered old buddy. Alright, so that's all the Pikmin. Alright, hold complete. Rip those 31 Pikmin. Alright, whether or not I go to next day is going to depend on whether or not Olimar's health resets. If it doesn't, for the sake of survival, I'm definitely resetting to next day. Okay, it resets, awesome. Okay, so let's see what our numbers are like. Okay, definitely get rid of the 5. Actually, you know what, I debate this, I kind of want more blues. Definitely get back to 20 purples. Yeah, and of course, like I said before, this is why I recommend grabbing the treasure before you attempt anything else. Okay, and then Grab one red and one yellow at the very least. Okay, so... yeah, I'll put one of the whites back. And swap it out for a yellow. Yeah, and I don't mind having slightly less reds for this. Yeah, of course, the negative side about doing these all in one day is that, like, by the time you get to the Dream Den, you're running on fumes in terms of how many sprays you have, because the only spray I have at this point is the bitter spray I got right at the end of the Hole of Heroes. And if you guys couldn't guess already, Louie's in the Dream Den, so we gotta go rescue him finally. Oh, I didn't even realize I didn't kill that bullboard. Well, one less obstacle before we go to the boss. Or the final den. Alright, now we're all set. To the Dream Den we go. 21 treasures. Alright, the final challenge awaits. It's kind of funny, like, fighting these jellyfish enemies, because, like, oh yeah, back where we left off, with, having to deal with those at the end of the Hole of Heroes. Oh crap, it's going back with something. Oh shoot. This was probably a mistake. This was definitely a mistake. Mama. So yep, that means we'll end the day on day 18, or the run on day 18, so that'll be nice. Alright, take two. This time hopefully with less death. This could be a disaster. We'll find out in a couple seconds. Alright, cool. Then I gotta get that purple Pikmin over here. Okay, so there's a kiwi over there. Oh, shoot. Well, that one's dead. Oh, shoot. There we go. They're dead. Yeah, and I don't know if it's every single hole going forward, but I know quite a lot of them going forward basically require you to break away the rock. So you definitely have to factor that into whatever you're doing. Alright, then let's have all these guys break away the rock. There, we got the treasure back. The sky's delicacy. Which is exactly what they call the kiwi in the third game, so I like the consistency they have with the franchise. Which is funny because the race that you play as is different in the third game. You play as the Copites as opposed to the Hokotatians. But yeah, they still call it the same thing. Alright, onwards. Yep, there's that bitch. Alright, so there's the treasure. It's just, there is a tease, really. Yeah, let's go and bring all the carcasses back. Just to get them the heck out of the way so this doesn't mess up our plans. I might have a plan, but this could easily result in a reset if it goes wrong. Okay, so they're all out of harm's way. Okay, so that's out of dodge. Oh shoot, oh shoot. Just realized I have to kill this thing first. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I was gonna say. Oh shoot. Touch him! Touch him! Touch him! Touch him! Go, purple! Go! 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 Distract it with your life! Come at me, bro! Come at me, bro! Okay, so the Pikmin should be saved now. Really, the name of the game in this game is just to have one of the captains act as a decoy. Implement of terror! Oh, there's a second one. Oh boy, where is this treasure? You have to kill it, god damn it. Yippee! Thank goodness I have a bitter spray. Oh shit, they're all missing. No, they're all missing! This could be bad. That sucks, they all missed. Come on. It's like I wasted a bitter spray for this. Oh, god damn it. And it's still not dead, gosh darn it. Oh, that one's not dead either. Yippee! And they're apparently immune to the Gatling Groink's antics. Just lovely. Yeah, like, seriously, look at that. No matter how many I'm chucking, it just took damage now. Look at the minimal damage it just took. Jesus. Yeah, and of course you have to be high enough in order for it to even reach to begin with. Oh, shoot. It is very easy to slip off, too, is the caveat. Yeah, of course I gotta rescue these things very carefully or they're all gonna die. Oh shoot. Yeah, see what I mean? You slip off very easily. Like, almost too easily. None of them landed up there. God damn it. Yeah, no, it's like it almost has to be in the specific corner where they'll actually land on the platform. Alright, then for the love of God, get your asses going on getting that thing back to base, or we're gonna be in massive... We're gonna be in deep doo-doo. Alright, cool, we're safe. The manual owner. Yeah, that is like, especially with the lack of sprays, that is like the one reason I would sacrifice a couple of purples, is just dealing with that. Alright, time to bring a bunch of carcasses back to base. And this is just floor 2. Like I said before, these final dungeons are a marathon and a half. Which is why it's the perfect practice for Pikmin 4. Not even counting anything else. Yeah, as you can guess by the mini bull bears, a regular one drops from the sky in a random location. So let's just say the more mini ones you can pick off, the better. You only know where it's gonna randomly spawn in because of where it's located with the, where it shows up with the treasure gauge. A bomb. Yeah, they should be out of the blast radius. Yeah, no, it's so violent. Double bombs! Yippee! Just lovely. More bombs! Gotta love those bombs! Okay. More bombs! So yeah, based on the treasure gauge, I can tell the regular spotty bull bear is gonna spawn in over there. Don't want to stand any chance. For the love of everything, I gotta make sure I get rid of this water, or this electricity hazard. Well, I guess the more that I trick to coming over here, the better. Come on. Okay, 2 down. Yeah, I'm just so scared about getting too close. Yep, and there's the big boy! With no sprays, by the way. Alright, that was easy enough. Now, for the love of everything, get the sucker back to base. Alright, cool, I don't have to deal with him anymore. Whee! The Glee Spinner. Yep, and that's the treasure for the area, so... Moving on. If you thought the first one with this layout was bad, now you got this one. Seriously hate the fact that these things just move. I forget if these things died from the rocks. I'll find out in a second. Nope, they're invincible. Jesus. Alright, so there's poison hazards, a bunch of cannon beetles, and a bunch of electricity hazards. This is gonna be fun. Okay, so yeah, they're vulnerable as long as you do that. How he didn't die, I have no idea. Yeah, and of course in this area you gotta be careful because they can easily get blocked off and get sent into the abyss. Come on. Nope, unfortunately didn't kill him. Oh shoot! Get out of there! Alright, one down. Okay, another one down. Okay, another one down. Okay. Okay, this is probably where I want to be a bit more cautious. Alright, that one's dead. Yeah, luckily the treasure spawned all the way on this other end, so this is all completely optional. Okay, so I gotta be careful because that's still a death hazard. Come on! Alright, cool. Okay, so yeah, luckily they're gonna get bucked over there, so that's good. Alright, then I gotta deal with that one. He was like, please don't buck him! Okay, well yeah, that one has to die too. Oh my gosh, it survived? What the heck? I thought it died. Weird. Yeah, that's the negative side about the purples too, is they can bounce off and get killed. Like falling off the edge. Okay, go, go, go. Did I mention this floor is brutal? I noticed, like, they all got bucked off except one of them. Like, yeah, that is a reset if ever I've seen a reset. And the bad news is that the treasure was in a more ideal location. It might not be in as ideal of a location this time around. Okay, good, it's still over there. Yeah, maybe I should just do this, like, very slow and steady wins the race. Alright, fine. No. Bad. Alright, we're doing this very slow and steady wins the race. Oops, all dead. Yippee! Time to punch some beetles. Alright, one down. Nah, 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 nah. No! Yeah, and that's why you gotta be careful, because the captains take a decent amount of damage from being bucked. Aw, what a tease. Still better than losing all your Pikmin. Still better than that. Oh, they actually took the geyser out. Nice. Yeah, I feel bad for the people who actually attempt to, like, resetless runs. That must be so painful. Like, unless you just get really lucky, that's definitely one of those. You're gonna have to do this dungeon multiple times if you want to get all the treasures, because you're just gonna lose that many Pikmin. Like, this game is hard enough just with resetting. Especially since some of it comes down to RNG in terms of where treasures and enemies are located. That you can predict it to a certain extent, but not 100%. Alright, so that should be all the beetles we have to kill. Okay, so that thing has to die as soon as possible. Come on. There we go. Okay, that's dead. Take out the poison hazard. Yeah, and the good news is the geyser's over here too, so that means that whole section's optional. Alright, cool. Let's get this thing the heck out of Dodge. I mean, to be fair, the amount of stuff that you have to do on this floor that's required is already enough. Not even counting everything else that's over there. Alright, done. The mirrored element. Yeah, with that kind of a run, I'd almost have to go into it with that mindset, because otherwise I'd just be screwed. Okay, I got all the Pikmin, so beeline for the exit. Achieve what? Bunch of fire enemies and pits. Because this game just hates me. I mean, it hates all its players, but especially me right now. There was a flying Pikmin? I totally missed that one. Just, I guess, the way it ricocheted off of whatever it hit, I guess. But yeah, I did not see that at all. Was that, like, on the run where all the Pikmin died a lot? Before I had to reset? Because, like, then I know what you're talking about, but I didn't use any purples on that current run. Yeah, because I know there was that one time where I chucked a purple at that electric beetle and it flew, and like it ricocheted. Because, yeah, that's what happens with those, with like the purple Pikmin and how heavy they are is like they ricochet off of everything. Alright, hopefully this doesn't trigger these things. Alright, then there's the puffy blowhog, so I gotta be careful of that. Yeah, the more fire hazards I get rid of, the better. Yeah, and I definitely want this thing facing this direction. Oh, Ooh. I totally thought I threw that into the abyss for a second. Yeah, but this time I unfortunately don't have any sprays, so this is gonna be a thing. Oh, why would you wake it up? You idiot! Certified Steve moment. Alright, cool. Alright, done. Yeah, I think there was one more blowhog, but that can honestly wait until I've bodied some of these bullblaxes. So yeah, if you want to pretty much guarantee an insta-kill, you need at least 10 purple Pikmin. Okay, dead. Alright, now I kinda have to wait for it to go to sleep. Hopefully it doesn't chase us all the way over here. Nope, it's awake again. Yeah, and of course I gotta be careful because it slowly regenerates its health. Okay. Go! Okay, cool. Yeah, those fiery bullblaxes are the reason alone that you need red Pikmin. They alone justify their existence. Alright, so we got an apple. Start carrying stuff. Have that take care of the geyser. Alright, cool. The insect condo. Alright. Yeah, as a long story short, the physics in this game are just super goofy. Which is where part of the RNG comes in. It's like, is your throw gonna result in this Pikmin's death? You'll find out in 5 seconds. Yeah, I know, it's like 100 Pikmin killing it, and it's still not enough to get it in one go. Alright, cool. I'll take it. The future orb! Yeah, but that's the treasure. So I just gotta figure where the heck the egg... Oh, there's cannon beetles. Oh boy. So yeah, that's one of those cases where RNG is definitely on my side. Because the exact thing I needed to kill for the treasure was just right there. Oh, there's a gate. Oh boy. Well, time to kill this thing. Otherwise, my Pikmin casualties might be through the roof on this. Yeah, of course, it's not that easy. I still gotta knock a gate down. Yeah, because this is definitely one thing I noticed is, like, in the later caverns, like, I swear the enemy's health regeneration must be up, because if you're not constantly attacking, these things regenerate health. Pretty much. And dead. Then, to the greatest extent possible, I've got to make sure these things don't fall down the quicksand hole. Alright, done. Oh boy, this looks lovely. At least I was able to snipe that one. Yeah, I know, it's like I get a split second to go for it before it just drops the bomb. Although luckily that slid down the hill, so I should be able to kill this thing. That's gonna be loads of fun. Hopefully I can goad something over here. It's like the more things I can goad away from the bomb ones, the better. Okay, that's why I didn't die. Or that's why I kept doing that. Because one was still attacking it. Well, now we kind of have to kill this thing. God damn it. Like, they're just not coming when I whistle for them. It's just stupid. Game! Oh good, we get this out of the way. Easy pickings. Looks like one of them's got a treasure too, so this will work out swimmingly. Ta-da! Boop. The essence of desire. Yeah, but that's all I have to do, so onwards. Oh, never mind. It, of course, it wasn't that easy. Swear, it's pretty much the name of the game at this place. Like, haha, you think it's gonna be easy? Now you have to dig the hole so you can get in there. Good luck with that, you schmo. Yeah, luckily those things only beeline it for captains. I just gotta make sure I don't get kidnapped. Come at me! I dare you! Okay, let's get the heck out of Dodge. Yeah, then there's this one. You pretty much use purples for anything that isn't electricity, so... You definitely want to take down as many dweevils as possible, because... they're just gonna try to take all the treasures. Okay, let's wait for it to finish up. Oh, shoot it. Vanished. Alright, dead. So yeah, this particular floor is gonna have all 4 elemental hazards, so just bring everybody. So yeah, there's a pumpkin up, yeah, so I can see at least 2 treasures up there. Plus the hole. Oh shoot. No, that blue's stuck up there. There we go. Yeah, I'm definitely getting closer to attempt to kill that thing. Definitely want to make sure my attacks are spot on, otherwise those things are getting fried. Yeah, I'm just gonna go around. The purples can barely make it over. Okay, there's more insta-kill. Have them work on that while I'm busy. Oh shoot. Alright, almost done clearing the floor out. Okay, so that entire floor should be cleared out now, so let's go ahead and grab the treasures. The extreme perspirator. The possessed squash! Alright, next floor. Alright, look. Time for rest floor. Oh shoot, not this thing again. Alright, so we got a bitter spray. And we got a spicy spray, cool. Alright, use it wisely. Yeah, unfortunately no Pikmin regeneration, but oh shoot. Alright, so we got 2 bitter sprays. Oh no, I forgot about the Gatling drawing. It's always a train wreck and a half whenever they show up. Let's see if I can kill the Wallywogs. The answer is probably yes, but it's gonna be slow as heck. Just I don't want to leave the Pikmin unattended is the problem. I mean, to be fair, I know I can use a bitter spray on it, but... Yeah, I think I remember this particular... Or this was the other one that had a similar layout. I remember having to come back because I ran out of Pikmin. And of course I'm gonna try my darndest to get it to spawn on land because I'm not sure if I have enough blues. But yeah, I definitely want to kill this Wallywog before I do anything else. Pretty much get 2 sets of punches before it jumps. Okay, dead. Look at the holes right there. Oh, I probably shouldn't have triggered it that quickly. Shoot. So I somehow have to get white Pikmin over here. How the heck is that supposed to work? Wait, what the hell? What the frick? Frick the Gatling groinks. So yeah, apparently it's in that jelly thing, so yeah, furthering the point if I really have to get that thing to spawn on land or die on land. Also having to deal with the Gatling groink. Yippee. So there's 11 more treasures. 5 of which I know are on the final floor. Alright. So hopefully nobody drowns. Okay, dead. Okay, there's the Gatling groin, so I gotta be really careful. Shit. Get your asses over here. Please piss off. Okay, hopefully this is close enough for that thing to trigger. Nope. I gotta get in the water. Oh no, 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 no. Okay, cool. Those Wallywogs are dead. Awesome sauce. Now what? Oh, the Gatling groink's over there, yippee. It just does not give a shit. Although now it's currently trapped over there. Okay, thank goodness it unlocked itself. Okay. Come on. Why? Alright, perfect. purple squad activate. Alright, I gotta get this thing unlodged somehow. Oh, come on, don't go back in the crevice, god damn it. Come on. That's it, be a good Gatling Roink. Oh, come on. Come on, be a good Gatling Roink. Oh, come on. Why is it going that way? Okay, good. It made some progress. No. No, bad. Bad. Come on, the one time I don't want it to be an idiot, it's being an idiot. Yeah, and then there's the matter of goading that sucker. Oh, thank goodness it's getting closer. Come on. You can do it. I believe in you. You stupid Gatling Groink. Get on land, you idiot. Get on land. Get on land! Come on, a little bit closer. Come on! You did it the last run. Come on. Jesus Christ. Oh, sure, now it goes. God damn it. Alright. Stop drowning! Stop drowning! Crap, I just lost my advantage because I was dealing with drowning Pikmin. Well, now, unfortunately, I gotta bail it out. Okay, go, go, go. Oh crap, it's going in the water. Okay, grab the blues for the love of God. Okay, so that got rid of the Gatling Groink. Okay, now he's gotta lure the jellyfish. And try not to get any of the blue Pikmin killed. Or sucked up. Or too many of them sucked up, otherwise it's gonna be a pain. Oh, this is not even where it's located. Well, I gotta free these Pikmin, otherwise we're screwed. Okay, cool. Yeah, it must be in the other one. Well, at least the Gatling Roy's dead. Yeah, I'm taking the blue squad over there to take down this blowhog. Just gotta get it to face over here's the problem. Oh shoot. Yeah, I know, it's like I can't get too close to the water dumbles, otherwise we're screwed. So you'd think they get extinguished just by being in the water, but I guess not. Why, I guess, yeah, why am I even trying to do this? I can just kill them with the captain. Like, why am I even attempting this? Just, well, yeah, I guess that's why, because eventually the said captain's gonna run out of help. Which I guess further begs the question, why am I not just doing this with both captains? One down, two down. Yeah, I gotta be careful, otherwise the president's gonna die. Come on. Alright, let's take out this blowhog while we're at it. Okay, so all obstacles should be clear then. Because I'm not terribly worried about that blowhog over there. Okay, done. Okay, so this requires 15, so we're golden. Yeah, the thing that I just said wasn't going to be a threat, suddenly was a threat, gosh darn it. Alright, cool. The Talisman of Life! Okay, so I got all the Pikmin. Yeah, and I can already tell, because I think there's 4 more floors left, including the final boss floor, so, like, this is, like, I will very likely not be moving on to Pikmin 3 today. Just gonna be, the goal is gonna be to finish Pikmin 2. So much poison. I would not be surprised if a regular bull bear showed up. Come on. Go! They're just standing there menacingly! Oh, it's a bread bug. Haven't seen one of those in a while. Again, without fail. Okay, so in theory, the bread bug should be gunning straight for this thing. Once it gets over there, of course. Okay, go. Alright, the bread bug's dead. Cool. Yeah, because I can see one treasure over there. Okay, so, yep, and there's the other treasure. So yeah, I had to kill the bread bug in order to free that thing. Okay, so we got that one. One down, one to go. Of course, those mini bull bears are just guarding that poison spout, which is annoying. The boss stone! Which means I gotta be ridiculously accurate with my throws. Come on, die already. Oh, shoot, shoot! This is a bad combo! At least we go to that thing away from the poison bout, or bad enough. So just destroy it already, because then I can move on. Alright, just go aggressive. Aggressive. Oh shoot, and now we got fire to deal with. Come on. Come on. There we go, finally. Alright, cool. Pretty much bypass that entire puzzle with the yellow Pikmin. Grab all of the carcasses. The yellow taste tyrant. Alright, so that's all the treasures. Okay, there. Oh crap, it's one of those situations again. Well, it's not over yet, unfortunately. Oh, Jesus. Okay, now we can leave. Okay, so 2 more levels until we get to the final level. Hey, Devil Cry, I recommend just playing the final dungeon of Pikmin 2. We're kind of doing all the harder ones this session to wrap the game up. So much poison. Oh, great, more falling rocks. Just lovely. Yeah, see, I know I played the absolute crap out of the entire trilogy, so I know just having experience with the games has definitely helped. It helps with about 70 to 80% of the battle. Some of it just comes down to RNG, because it dictates where enemies are located, where the treasures will spawn, etc. But at least it'll be consistent in terms of what shows up, just not where. Okay, so there's a bunch of poison, and oh great, another Wally Wog. Trying to take out these poison vats. Okay. Better be ready. Die! Okay, cool. Like, that is almost an excessive amount of poison bats. Oh yeah, I forgot about the falling rocks. Yippee! No, not again! I'll have to take care of this since it's required for us to leave. Oh shit! It's like, please don't jump again! Cool. Okay, so, yeah, clearly one of those is a buried treasure. Girls, I gotta watch out for the rocks. Oh, we found it! Cool. Don't know if it's the only treasure in this area, but find out in a second. So please go the logical directions. Okay, so... Unfortunately, at this point, it doesn't tell you what number of treasures you have. The universal calm! Alright, so there is a second treasure on this floor. Where it's located is another question. Okay, that's exactly where I thought it was. It's either gonna be in the bulb orb, or it was gonna be in the Wally Wog. Okay. And go. Cool. Probably gonna have to take the Wallywog down too, but at least that one's dead. Oh shoot. No! Okay, cool. Yep, that's exactly what I thought. Alright, time to kill the Wallywog. Okay, cool. The sturgeon container! Alright, so that's the rest of the treasures in this area. Okay, got all the Pikmin, moving on. Oh yeah, I forgot how condensed this level is. Alright, cool, we found one with the treasure already. Yippee! The hypnotic platter! And that's the floor already, Jesus. So it's pretty much just guess which Bulborb has it. And of course it was the one that was isolated. Alright, final floor. Yeah, I really wish it would tell you how many treasures you had. Alright. So before you go, this is the enemy I was mentioning. It'll attack with all 4 elements, including the insta-kill hazard, so that's why I definitely recommend starting with yellows. Alright. Is that Louis? Mr. President, I've located Louis resting on a vast mound of treasure. For him to venture to these depths alone, the desire of man is a thing to be feared. But Louis's not moving. Could he have exhausted his strength in reaching these depths? There may yet be time. Quickly, to Louis's aid. Boss time! Yeah, and of course, like, there's multiple reasons to use yellows in this fight. One, because of the insta-kill hazard, and two, because you have to chuck them at pretty high distance. And then you'll know that you're really close to getting the particular treasure off the body when the attacks get more aggressive. Alright, so this is where I gotta be careful because... Okay. Yeah, because the sprays will go everywhere on the map, so you want to check both your parties so that you just don't randomly have a bunch of Pikmin dying. So I almost recommend getting rid of the monster pump first, because that one is by far the most aggressive. Yeah, and I'm trying to use that, like, I have one spicy spray, so I'm trying to use it very sparingly. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter when I use it, so screw it. And the bitter spray really doesn't have a use until the end of the fight. Okay, poison. Oh, shoot. Okay, we're good. Yeah, and of course, meanwhile, this whole thing is gonna rotate as you go, so... Okay, more poison. Yeah, and of course, you keep attacking the thing that's, like, across from it. Okay, so yeah, that means we're close to getting this thing off. Okay, so good at attacking with the insta-kill hazard. Awesome. Okay, fire. Okay. Oh shoot! Ah, whistle. That was close. Okay, one down. And good news, it's going for the electricity hazard. I mean, at this point, I might as well save it for dead last because I'm using yellow Pikmin. Oh shoot. Alright, cool. Awesome. Alright, poison. Yeah, and then once we're done with the game, I'll definitely go over the Piklopedia just to kind of, just because, like, this is all we're doing this session. With all the treasures and all the enemies. Oh, shoot! No! Shit, this could be bad. Wow, I somehow salvaged that, holy crap. Okay, good, it's using that attack. Not again! Yeah, I was gonna say, if anything, like, this particular boss fight justifies the yellow's existence alone. Besides it just being immune to insta-kill hazards. Just like I said, just being able to throw it high enough to actually hit most of the time. Okay, run! God damn it, not again! Go! Olimar, god damn it! I'm gonna try to go on. I'm gonna try to move on. But that just sucks ass. Because, like, every single time he gets hit with it, he gets stunned. And unfortunately, I'm out of those kind of sprays. I mean, I guess at this point, just try to prioritize getting rid of that. Depends on how long this takes, because now this is going to take way longer, because I got a fraction of a Pikmin. Oh no, he's going for that. Alright, 2 down. So yep, attack the comedy bomb while they're dealing with that. Oh, yep, keep attacking the comedy bomb. Come on. Yeah, like, definitely very winnable. It just sucks that most of the yellow Pikmin died because I got stunned by the fire hazard. It's just, it's definitely winnable, but it's gonna take way longer. Yeah, and of course, every single time it uses the comedy bomb, it's gonna take long. Come on. Okay, cool. Get 3 Pikmin run! Well, and I know it's not weak yet, because once the comedy bomb gets weak, it's gonna spew off 4 lines of poison. Okay, cool. Okay, it's weak now. I mean, this is better odds than I think I did the first time I fought this boss. I think collectively I had 14 Pikmin total. Maybe a few of which were yellows. And I somehow beat it with that, so if I can do it under those circumstances, I can do it under these circumstances where, like, I still have the majority of my Pikmin. Yeah, once the comedy bomb's off, then it's just a matter of picking the electricity hazard off. Yeah, this definitely reminds myself of when I was watching Emil's playthrough. This is just like so many fake outs. You're just like, this is it, nope, this is it, nope. Rinse and repeat until it's actually it. Yeah, because the comedy bomb just way less of a threatening hazard. Alright, comedy bomb's off. Oh my gosh, you can actually attack it while it's being used. Well, of course, it's the only thing it can attack with at this point, so it's really pretty much just keep chucking them on there, which could take a couple of minutes. Okay, so yeah, that's how you know it's getting weak, is when the electricity will start going off prematurely. Which is especially why you don't want to take non-electric Pikmin into this fight if you can help it. Of course, you can still get stunned, which is annoying, but it doesn't really do any damage. Finally, it's not attacking right away. Yeah, those yellow Pikmin are just like, how many times are you gonna chuck us? Yes. Yeah, thank goodness you don't take any damage from that. Alright. Time to bring in the cavalry. Because now this thing is completely harmless. There's a certain thing you want to do, because it will result in something pretty funny, but you kind of want to wait until its health is diminished a bit. So yeah, this thing's called the Titan Dweeble. Because now you can tell now that the treasures are off of it. Okay, so now I want to try this. Do not miss. Alright. Come on! Aw, oh, darn it. Basically, it'll explode into a lot of potions if it's successful, but unfortunately it took too long. Alright, ta-da! Louis? Are your life functions fading? No, he appears only to have fainted. He's always running into trouble. Instruct the Pikmin to carry him. There's not enough room for him in the cockpit anymore. We'll have to keep him in the cargo hold with the treasure. Yeah, and of course the other caveat is each one of these treasures weighs 30 units. So if you don't have, like, that amount between, like, just the number of Pikmin or just purple Pikmin, you're not going to be able to carry any of these treasures and you will have to come back. Louis, I think, only weighs, like, 3 or something. Okay, he only weighs 1, right, because he's the same weight as the captain's, duh. The comedy bomb! Shock therapist. Yeah, it's like once I get all the treasures back, GG. Flare cannon. Yeah, of course I found out eventually this area kind of supposed to look like a GameCube, so I thought that was a cool Easter egg. Yeah, I know there's a lot of strategies you can do for this. I always like to go for I like to deal with the insta-kill hazard and just do it with yellow Pikmin last. The king of bugs! The monster pump! Alright, so that's all the Pikmin and all the treasures. So let's get the heck out of Dodge. That kinda just depends. Well, the thing is, I like dealing with the monster pump first because that's the only thing that has, like, an infinite range across the entire battlefield. And then, yeah, ideally I'd go with the shock therapist after that, but, like, I always like to deal with the monster pump first for that reason, because it can snipe your Pikmin all the way by the fountain, which sucks. Whereas everything else usually stays relatively contained within the square. Yeah, it doesn't insta-kill, but it can snipe your Pikmin. If you're not paying attention, your other Pikmin will just die. Which, like, that's happened to me on plenty of runs. Which is why I think I just got in the habit of going after the monster pump first. Like, it killed so many of my runs, it's not even a joke. Alright. You've collected every treasure. It's so weird to see that after a dungeon, because usually I'm getting that one weight dead last, so I'll always see it while I'm, like, not exiting a dungeon. Alright, true ending time. Till next time. Pikmin 2. The end. It's like Golf Story. It's Australia. Yep, he's the entire continent confirmed. Alright, so yep, that's my record for days. Kind of figured, because every other time I was getting like the 20, so that was under 20 days. Cool. Alright, of course I gotta wait for all these to play out, then I can actually view the stats. So yep, record number of days, kind of medium amount of Pikmin lost. The vast majority due to battle, none left behind. Yeah, I just lost, unfortunately, like most of those then because of due to the fire hazards. 1 to water, 4 to electricity, the least amount due to explosions, I'll take that. No poison deaths, and then the least amount of Pikmin born in the second half. And the least amount of them born. The most amount of white Pikmin born by 1. And then the least amount of purple Pikmin born. And then 15 hours. Cool. And then, yeah, the credits don't roll in the second half, so it pretty much just takes you straight to the menu. Alright, so it doesn't really matter which one I view first. Alright, Piclopedia time, and of course I didn't even find all the enemies in this playthrough. Because 48's missing. And 29. So yeah, at least 2 of the enemies are missing. So yeah, there's 2 sets of notes. There's Olimar's notes, which kind of give more of a description of what the enemy's like, and then there's Louie's notes, which tells you how to cook it. And you can also see what it does to Pikmin by tossing Pikmin carrots. It's hilarious. You don't have to feel bad because no Pikmin are dying. Oh yeah, I suppose I never used it. So yeah, you get your Bulbors, you got red, hairy, orange, dwarf, snow, dwarf orange, spotty bullbear, dwarf bullbear, bullbear larva, fiery bullblax, water dumple, bulbin, fiery blowhog, watery blowhog, armored cannon beetle larva, decorated cannon beetle, puffy blowhog, withering blowhog, a frickin' Gatling groink, that bitch. Always gonna refer to it as a bitch because it is one. An indiscreet flint beetle, and the glint beetle, and the doodlebug, the female and male shear grubs, and the shearwig, the cloaking burrownit, the ravenous whisker pillar, the anode beetle, whatever that was, the hermit crawmad, the swooping snitchbug, the bumbling snitchbug, the careening dirigibug, the antenna beetle, the lesser spotted jellyfloat, and the greater spotted jellyfloat, the fiery, anode, caustic, mungle, and volatile dweevils, the toady blowster, the yellow wallywog, the regular wallywog, the wogpole, and then the lapis, crimson, not sure what the yellow one's called exactly, ivory, queen, and violet candy pop buds, the creeping chrysanthemum, the skitterleaf, the unmarked spectralids, the honey wisps, the mamudas, the bread bugs, and then you kind of get some more of the plant life, the pellet posies, the common glowcaps, clovers, the figworts, dandelions, seeding dandelion, horsetail, foxtail, glowstem, Margaret, fiddlehead, and shoot. And then you get the bosses. You got the Emperor's bullblacks, the burrowing snagret, the beady longleg, the Emperor bullblacks, the giant breadbug, the paleted snagret, the manid legs. Yeah, apparently I just never did the entire playthrough. I think you might have to kill it in order for it to count or interact with it, so maybe I just never killed one the entire playthrough. The ranging bloister, the fucking water wraith. Screw that thing to the depths of hell is all I'm gonna say on that. The segmented cropster, the raging longlegs, and the titan dweevil. Incredible! Known to cause mass hysteria followed by leg spasms and internal thunderings. Yeah, apparently I just never did. I swear all these guys just fall out of the sky. Plum specimens are best spit roasted whole, stuffed with a lime and a slab of bacon, basted frequently to ensure a magnificently moist hunch. Remove all the bullworm's hair, wrap the beast in foil along with a half lemon, and place it directly on the grill. The foil should protect the carcass from scorching, and the lemon will give the meat an elegant hint of citrus. So now I remember what that thing actually is. I did encounter those at least once, but I didn't kill any, so I think that's why it didn't count. I did encounter them at least once. This bullworm's meaty flanks make for deliciously savory steaks that shouldn't be missed. For a blissful bisque, mince the entire beast finely and serve with the heavy cream, artichoke hearts, and a pinch of black pepper. Eat slowly until piping hot. Mmm, rich and creamy. And that was the thing, like, I think I was just so distracted at the time. Best grilled and served hot over a bed of fresh spinach and crumbled blue cheese. Although difficult to prepare, this exquisite creature is more than worth the effort. For an unrivaled green curry, peel away the spotty bullbear's skin, pulverize the juicy innards, and stew until curiously fragrant. Move innards, stuff with sage and finely aged prosciutto, and broil until golden brown. This meager creature offers little meat, but its eyeballs are a local delicacy. Try them with okra and a dollop of sour cream. No stove? No problem. The sizzling beast practically cooks itself. Remember to thoroughly extinguish the steaks prior to eating. Deep fried dumplings without batter for all of the flavor with half of the fat. Grind the meat and season with allspice, salt, and ground white pepper. Press the seasoned meat into meat satchels, then pan fry them with onions. Prior to serving, smother the broths with Dijon mustard and sauerkraut. Buns are optional. Like I said, it's just, well plus, I know I reset so many times, that might have been the reason it didn't count either. Roast this flavor beast for several hours, letting it stew in its own succulent juices. Don't worry about overcooking this beast, it's scorch-proof. This beast unrivals moistness, given its melt-in-the-mouth quality. It's incomparable. Carefully remove every grain of sand, peel back the exoskeleton, and slurp heartily. Slice the meat into tender cutlets and vigorously apply a lime and pepper rub. Pan fry until lightly crushed. Accompany with watercress and drizzle with freshly prepared tarramin sauce. Slice this creature's feathery light skin into triangles, deep fry until crispy, and salt generously. Makes the perfect scooping chip to accompany fresh mango salsa. Hang this... Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it's not exactly established until now, but this dude has one heck of an appetite. And there's gonna be a thing I'll touch on once I'm done with this whole thing that will kind of explain it further, as well as a very important plot point that isn't revealed until you complete all of challenge mode. And I'm not sure if I have the cutscene or not, but I'll see what happens. Hang this creature on a rack and sun-dry on a hot afternoon. Suitably crisp, grind the sun-dried beast into powder. Makes a great substitute for cayenne or curry pepper. Remove the cannon and ammo stockpiled and vigorously tenderize the meat with a heavy mallet. Stir-fry with caramelized onions and figwort sprouts. Spoon over a steaming bowl of fluffy white rice and douse with chili sauce. Okay, this is what happened when he got stuck on this planet. An essential flavor extenuating ingredient in gumbo and jambalaya. Also delicious in soups, broths, and marinades. This precious treat is exceptionally rare. I could sell it back home for a fortune. Then I could use the cash to upgrade my kitchen, buy galactic-class ingredients, and even star in my own cooking show. Looking for flavor that will surprise and delight your guest? This beast's aroma may surprise your guest, but it won't be delightful. Oh yeah, but like, I'm going through all of them. For an unforgettable quiche, slice this creature up and mix with 4 eggs, 2 vine-ripened tomatoes, diced zucchini, and generous handfuls of feta and Swiss. Bake until crusty and golden. This beast is most flavorful if caught and cooked just after laying its eggs. Spread several specimens on the bottom of a casserole dish and layer with sliced avocado. Baste until the meat is choice and the cheese is lusciously brown. Grate this beast into a zest and whisk with sugar, cream, and sharp chopped dark chocolate for a lusciously indulgent mousse that's truly culinary coup de grace. Boil in the shell with a pinch of salt until bright red and serve piping hot with tartar sauce. Delicious skillet seared or sauteed with scallions and a red Genovese sauce. Drain the electrical charge before boiling. Although it's possible to eat an anode beetle while it's charged, doing so may result in an unpleasant tingling sensation. Shuck from the shell, bake on high heat until crispy, then dip in a pot of melted milk chocolate. Nip, smack, and sweet. Remove the wings, marinate the well-marbled steak for several hours in a chipotle marinade, then broil to perfection. Remove the wings and discard the remainder of the beast. Enjoy the luxurious wafer-thin wings with fine water dumble caviar. Ooh, caviar. Pull off the balloon-like air sacs, mince the meaty abdomen, and shape it into small cakes. Pan-sear the cakes until crusted, but be careful not to overcook the delicate meat. Ready to serve, garnish the plate with the vibrant air sacs. Even the most discerning dinner guest will be dazzled by the colorful presentation. Extract meat from the exoskeleton and sear on all sides in a hot wok to seal the flavor. Top the dish off with a splash of spicy peanut sauce. Similar in taste and texture to gelatin, this jiggling mass of jelly can be sculpted in all kinds of creative shapes. As a bonus, it also delivers as a professional grade hair gel. The perfect cool summer treat. Like a fine cheese, the aroma of the fluid floater can be oppressive, but its flavor must be experienced to be believed. Also makes an unforgettable non-dairy spread. The search for a gourmet, high-protein salad topping alternative to bacon bits is over. Grind this spicy dweeble into tasty micro-chunks and toss them generously over your salad to add instant flair and flavor. Raw anode dweedle makes for an unforgettable sushi treat, but if it's not prepared by an expert hand with exact precision, consumption could result in a jolting electrical explosion of apocalyptic proportion. Inedible. Effects of consumption include uncontrollable arm flailing and enthusiastic dishwashing. Exposure to even extreme heat doesn't seem to get rid of the deposits of potent gas. It's probably best for everyone if you avoid eating this hazardous flare. The scorching species combusts upon contact with the tongue, only edible by the adventurous and asbestos-tongued. Pan sear with herbs and oil until lightly crusted on the outside and rosy on the inside. Complement the savory flavors with a light and buttery cream sauce. Yeah, I was say I might not be able to show just because my thing might not be configured for it, but I'll try. Beer batter and deep fry for a down-home flavor you won't soon forget. Wollywogs are best ground up, shaped into a patty, and flame broiled on a grill. Slap on tomato slices, lettuce, onions, ketchup, and slide the patty between a sesame seed bun for the ultimate beast burger experience. Wog poles can be eaten raw, but they're much more flavorful when steamed or grilled. Also heavenly prosciutto. Feel free to experiment with this lush ingredient. This flower's tough texture makes it unsuitable for salads, but its bright blue hue makes for a grandiose garnish. This spicy flower combusts upon contact with the tongue. Keep fire-retardant condiments within arm's reach. This convenient purple flower secretes a dark, flavorful oil that eliminates the need for salad dressing. Hold on a second, I need water. Talking a lot. This elusive flower spoils within seconds of picking, making it unsuitable for cooking. Eating this flower leads to spectacular, breathtaking indigestion. When thinly sliced, this predator's sizable bulb makes a scrumptious pizza topping. Let Pepino know about that one. The superb amalgamation of juicy meat and leafy greens ensures that the skitter leaf will be the new spinach. Spectralids don't provide a lot of meat, but the exquisite elegant wings are surprisingly tasty, particularly when expertly prepared with a sweet candy glaze. Although the eggs are small, the yolk is a distinctly bold and tangy flavor. Try tossing a few in the pan along with your choice of meat and freshly vegetables and cooked up with a country scramble. Inedible. Tastes like chicken. Bread bugs are hardy and nutritious, but also bland and unimaginative. They may be palatable in a pinch, but they hold no true culinary promise. Yeah, I was gonna say I remember that one. That's it. I was purposely waiting because I'm like, it's hilarious. On a quest for the perfect hors d'oeuvre, slowly cook this plant in a wood fire oven, but be careful to only serve the tender pellet. Rapturous, fresh, or sautéed, this illuminating fungus will be hot in the galaxy's trendiest restaurants. Mildly poisonous, may result in nausea, headache, fever, fatigue, chest pain, paralysis, loss of bone density, moodiness, feral rage, sauciness, dilly-dallying, strokes of brilliance, and untimely doom. So yeah, don't eat the clovers. Basically, they're equivalent to don't eat the mushrooms. This titillating ingredient tastes impossibly fresh, but you must cook it immediately after picking. If you don't, it'll go bad within minutes. Young leaves are only suitable in garden salads. Use the flower to add color to your dishes. Dried, roasted, and finely ground, the root of this plant makes a passable coffee substitute. Remove and discard the primitive scaly leaves, then blanch the tender stalk, or blanch it rather, in a buttery broth. Inedible. Plagues victims with potent, debilitating cramps. Inedible. Known effects include uncontrollable episodes of impromptu breakdancing. Can be eaten fresh out of the soil, but it's much more flavorful when incorporated into a heavenly veggie lasagna. Sun-dry the leaves for several days, then grind them with a mortar and pestle. The resulting herb grants an aromatic, earthly flavor to mutton and poultry dishes. Yeah, come on, you dingus. Inedible, and yet strangely delicious. For a sophisticated delicacy, make a pot de foie gras from this massively obese creature's liver and spread it over a sesame cracker. Slice the serpentine torso into thin medallions, skewer it on a metal rod with hocotate onions, and barbecue over an open flame. Poisonous. Consumption results in prolonged writhing and uncontrollable mirth. To prep the tongue for cooking, marinate in olive oil and chop into cubes. Stir in a pot with carrots, potatoes, chives, and clover and simmer over low heat for several hours. Accompany this mouth-watering rustic stew with a hearty roll. Although cooking this colossal beast yields a mountain of meat, every ounce of it is flavorless, only suitable for intergalactic all-you-can-eat buffets. You haven't lived until you tasted a mint-braced snagger shank, or if you're feeling especially saucy, stuff a bird with a can of your favorite savory nectar, throw it on the barbecue, and let the juices mingle to make a mean beverage canister snagret. Although the meat's a bit on the metallic side, the oil makes for a mouth-watering gravy or lubricant vinaigrette. The gills are best prepared with deep-fried in an herb and breadcrumb or batter. Also tasty poached and drenched with a fine soy sauce. I mean, this, like, again, well, also, how did he survive on the planet is the other question. He just thrives somehow. Yeah, I already said that one. Dessert meats are all the rage in Hocotate. When the planet's finest chefs hear about the kinds of sorbets, pies, and parfaits you can make with the claw meat on this sweet beast, they'll clamor for every morsel we can bring home. Neither boiling nor baking can diminish this creature's overpowering musky scent, only suitable for serving to unpleasant in-laws. Eaten raw, this predator's luxurious legs are bold and full flavor. What a satisfying crunch. Then for this one, this is like got interesting notes on it. Titan Dweevil. Mandarachina Gargantia, Dweevil family. The largest member of the Dweevil family, this fearsome predator carries protective components that frequently exhibit offensive capabilities, an evolution that may be attributed to mere chance. Another evolutionary theory is that the chemical contents of containers carried by Titan Dweevils contribute to potential or possible gene splicing. While other Dweevils do not seem to choose the objects they carry, the Titan Dweevil appears to prefer shiny objects above all others. Yeah, literally a king crab. So this tells you if you've completed the sets. The Succulent series, the Nature's Candy series, the Xenoflorus series, the Sweet Tooth series, the Paleontology series, the Ancient Secrets series, the Cook's Arsenal series, the Tortured Artist series, the Modern Amenities series, I'm tell you, flash fry with garlic and red chilies in a hot pan, then sprinkle with grated gorgonzola. Some dinner guests may find the legs unappealing, so it's better to remove them before serving. And the golden candy pot bud, this tart flour's acidic juices can burn a hole through a frying pan. Eating it would be unwise. Thanks. The Husband's Tears series, the Space Love series, the Crystallized Emotions series, and the Dream series, and the Blast from the Past series, the Mystical Energy series, the Massive Receptacle series, the Ancient Ad series, the Odd Logo series. Yeah, I was gonna say, his are definitely way longer than Louie's, and the Titan Dweevil series. Louie's back. Somehow he survived a horrific ordeal with a freakishly large weapon-wielding Titan Dweevil. I entered a hole with an army of ferocious Pikmin, grimly determined to save Louis from the Titan Dweevil, but it seems he was perfectly fine all along. I can't understand how he managed to avoid being eaten. He's always had an unusually close connection with insects, and I know he loves to cook them. Maybe he wasn't kidnapped after all. Could he have been controlling that beast all along? No, that's craziness. Although he does insist now that we address him by his proper title, the King of Bugs. So yeah, he may or may not have been controlling the Titan Dweevil that whole time. What an asshole. And that's only the half of it. The new employee of Hocotate Freight, Louis is often silent. No one knows what thoughts lurk in his mind. He appears to operate on the same wavelength as insects, often with dangerous results. After he was kidnapped, he somehow managed to hijack a colossal insect's brain. So yeah, I'm not gonna go through all the treasures, but yeah, basically the whole thing is that, like, with the Piglopedia, yeah, there's Olimar's, like, kind of more scientific notes, and then there's Louis' cooking notes, and then all the treasures, you got the sales pitch that, well, like I said, I don't know if the ship has a canonical name, I've just been calling him Waffles this whole time, that Waffles has come up with, and then Olimar's journal in terms of what these all are. I could probably go for hours just reading all these. Alright, so I'm just gonna double check really quick if I have access to this cutscene, because I'm not sure if I do. If I don't, I'm just gonna straight up just say what happens, but... Nope. Yeah, because I think some of the challenges were too difficult. So yeah, basically if you complete all of the challenge mode challenges, you get a final cutscene revealing why Louis' an asshole. Like, the true reason why he's an asshole. I might be able to play it, but I can't guarantee it's gonna have audio. Yeah, so, like, I mean, not that you really need the audio for this, like, really, it's more the visuals. Alright, give me a second. Alright, I'm gonna see if this works. I'm gonna lose what it looks like, so I'm just gonna double check that you guys can at least see the visuals. Like I said, can't guarantee it's gonna be audio, but at least show it anyways. Alright, so yeah, the cutscene's called Louis' Dark Secret. Louis' Dark Secret. The president entrusted Louis with the golden pick carrots. But Louis couldn't suppress his powerful hunger. And he ate every last one. Then he falsified his report to the president, which led to Hocotate Freight accruing an insurmountable debt. Shh. What an asshole. He's the reason this entire mess went down. It's all his fault. And like I said, there's certain things that happen in Pikmin 3 that, further this whole trend, but this is just basically setting up for what you guys are going to witness in the next game. And meanwhile, all the Muller's just fighting for his life and everything. You're just like, God damn it, Louis. So yeah, basically that's why I didn't necessarily feel bad when he got abandoned on the planet, because this whole thing was his fault anyways. I didn't want to reveal that until the end of the game, just because I wanted the whole story to play out first. So yeah, long story short, Louis the biggest asshole known to man. Frick that asshole. Alright. So yeah, that's Pikmin 2. Yeah, that would have been, yeah, the elf took his place. He's like, screw you, Louis. Kid drop kicks him. Alright, so that's the game. So then next week we'll be back with Pikmin 3 on, crap, what was it called again? Ultra Spicy mode, so super hard. I've never attempted this, and we'll see what happens. Alright, so thanks for tuning into the stream. I was able to beat the game, and yeah, like I said, we'll be back with Pikmin 3 next week. So in terms of the schedule for the rest of the week, I'm going to be playing Fire Emblem Engage tomorrow and, well, I guess technically Thursday and Saturday if we're going off of those hours. And then I'll be playing, I'll be wrapping up, or I'll be playing through as much of Bowser's Fury as I can get through on Thursday and cut it, or Friday, and then just going from there. And I think that wraps that up, so I don't even know why I keep bothering to check for raids, because I know that's never a thing. Alright, so yeah, thanks for tuning in, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care.